Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Auckland Airport once again. Looking forward to a brilliant day of plane spotting. Just got a 787 Air New Zealand taxiing out. Let's have a look at that later. About half an hour late this morning. Sorry about that. I spent about half an hour looking for internet, but eventually we got there, and I'm dropping a couple of frames, but that's alright. If the internet's good, then that makes me a happy man. So let's get into the streaming. Alright. Hopefully the audio levels are alright. Just let me know in the chat if you think something needs adjusting. Sorry, I missed that. This aircraft is a Boeing 777. It's coming in from Tokyo as flight 90. There we are. First movement of the day. Boeing 777. Doesn't get too much better than that. This aircraft, Oscar Kilo November. Yes. Yes. Alright, Robin saying good evening from the UK, welcome. Great to have you back on the show. Our giveaway winner from the Aussie Live Tour. Let me just move that chat up a little bit. There we go. Great to have your company, welcome Robin. And Carolyn tuning in as well, good morning to you. Tally NZ joining up as a member. Welcome to the Christchurch Cottage. Thank you for your support. Look forward to having your company today. This will be a brilliant action-packed day. I'll just pan the camera around, capture that 787 taxiing down to 23 left. Robin as well, member for 4 months in the Christchurch Cottage. Awesome, thank you for your support. Sorry about the lack of streams recently, but I'm looking forward to getting straight back into it. Hitting the ground running. And Max, Neon Pixel, great to have your company in the chat there, fantastic. Let me know if you can come up to the car park today if you're not doing anything. That'd be great. Have your company. Sound 5 out of 5 here. Brilliant. Thank you, Robin. Best flight going out to Rarotonga. That'll be that 787. Your favourite. New Zealand flight 945. Looking forward to heaps of heavy departures as well. Carolyn celebrating 4 months there in the Christchurch Cottage as well. Thank you for your support. Very, very much appreciated. Alright, Mike's in the chat as well. Good morning to you. Chris Frank. Good to see you. Billy tuning in from Greece. That is awesome. And Kevin as well. Wellington Flights Live. Hopefully it should be a beautiful day up in Auckland. It is. Not too much wind at the moment. Touch wood. But fingers crossed that stays away. And we'll have some good audio. Yeah. Manager wants another coffee. I'm in trouble for not getting her one. Well, get yourself one while you're there too. I'm sure you will. Alright, we've just got an ATR 72 coming in. Arriving here, runway 23 left at Auckland. Fairly smooth landing as far as ATRs go. I'm sure many of us have seen from Kevin's streams. They're not always the smoothest landers. New Zealand flight 945 now just lining up. 23 left. New Zealand helis and planes tuning in, welcome. Great to have you there. Alright, I'll be quiet now and we'll be able to listen to the Trent 1000s on this 787-9 bound for Raro. Must be a pretty full flight. That looked like a heavy plane. I tell you what, when I was setting up, I saw the American Airlines 787 landing. Sorry I missed that. I was having my internet troubles then. But it just held the wheel up, the front wheel, just did a wheelie the whole way down the runway, probably till about that windsock. And it just kept the wheel up the whole way. Must have previously been in the Air Force. Must be a former F-15 pilot or something flying that 787. Getting the Air New Zealand emojis in the chat. Next up, we have a heavy arrival. Let's see what we've got. We've got Korean Air Boeing 787-9 coming in all the way from Seoul in South Korea. Our Pepsi jet, this one. And our first Boeing 777 departure for the day. The heavies heading off to Australia. Hope to see them depart and then come back in this afternoon about 5 PM. our 787 emojis as well in the chat for that Korean Air arrival. If I pan around there, can I? No, that silly barrier's in the way. Gonna get a photo of it turning in. Ray tuning in, greetings from Penrose. Great day for a live cast, sure is. Looking like an absolute beauty day today. Scotty, New Zealand has the best pies, we sure do. Cannot beat a good New Zealand meat pie. Ronnie, loving the stream. I'm from Adelaide, very close to the airport here. Awesome. I saw an Air New Zealand A320neo heading off to Adelaide, so might be able to spot that one arriving there a bit later on. NZCH Sky Squad tuning in. Good morning. Good to see you back up and streaming again, my friends. Be dropping in and out today. Awesome. Look forward to it. Thank you for your company. Another heavy arrival, it looks like. Coming in on, what's that? 23 left. Could be Delta. Let's have a little look. Yes, it's the Delta Airbus A350-900 coming in from Los Angeles. Delta flight 65. Just on the other side of the pillar. Going to pan back around because we have our Air New Zealand Boeing 777-300ER departure. Get you some details on this aircraft. Boeing 777-300ER off to Melbourne. This aircraft is leased from Cathay Pacific. Flying New Zealand 121, Zulu Kilo, Oscar Kilo Whiskey. Great departure there from New Zealand 121. Here's Oscar Alpha Bravo, our all black Airbus A320. Push back, ready for departure. Coming in our first A320 movement of the show. Showing off. What a smooth landing that was. Wow. Just catch that Delta tail heading over to the international terminal. Man, that was a smooth landing. Wow. Enjoying those 777s in the chat. That's awesome. Tally chucking it in the METAR. 9 knot winds, 230 degrees. So it's coming certainly on a 2-3 left sort of angle. Straight down the runway. 9 knots, can barely feel anything. And a pressure of 1021, 1021. That's the most I can read out of one of those. The winds, the direction. I think that's probably dew point or something. FEW, and then the pressure. Loving the Airbus A350s and the New Zealand 777s. Up to 3 knots of crosswind, 8 knots of headwind. There we go. Pretty light at the moment, these breezes. Another 777 ready to head out. Perfect emoji for that one. Absolute butter one, that was. I'll get back to the chat shortly. We'll just follow this 777 down. Oh, no, we won't. Another Boeing 777 coming in. I think I need to look down the approach path a little bit more so I can actually see if a plane's coming in. So I've got all black A320 and a 777 taxiing out for departure off a 2-3 left. AV Geek Fozzie, what's good, man? Lots of things are pretty good. Always awesome to be out here streaming. Ray just asking how many hoops I had to jump through to get permission to do a live cast from there. Fun police love to buzz us photographers up there. Yeah, they do that. But I just filled out the form on their website, and they approve it pretty quickly. I filled out the form last time, and I just emailed the guy again when I was coming this time, just saying, hey, can I do that again? He was like, yep. And so I had permission within a day. It was super easy. I'm not too sure why they're all sort of anti about it, but I'm sure they've got the good reasons. Mike, good morning. Weather looks a lot better up there today. Hopefully the wind stays down. Yeah, I'm hoping that as well. Pretty good at the moment. Just a light breeze. Keeps me cool, you know. I think you might have jinxed it. It's just picked up a little bit more. Vinny Banks as well. Thanks, Nony. Appreciate your Auckland presence. Cheers for that. We'll just catch another aircraft coming in. Looks like another triple. It must be United. Coming in from San Francisco. Pretty good landing. 777-200. They've got to be my favourite version of the 777, the Dash 200. Such a shame that Air New Zealand got rid of theirs. And I mean, don't you just love the United Airlines new colour scheme? I think it's far better than their old one. This one looks really nice. Be interesting to hear your thoughts on their livery. Lined up at the moment, we've got our all-black Airbus A320, Oscar Alpha Bravo. Triple sevens everywhere. Sure is. And we love it. OAB now off of 2-3 left. Seems as though we might get another arrival before our 777 departure. Chris just saying, got a hospital appointment. We'll watch when I get back. Doing great there, thank you very much. Hope you're doing alright, and see you when you get back. Next arrival is an Airbus A320 of Jetstar Airways coming in 2-3 left. Personal fan of the wingtip fences that you have here, as opposed to the sharklets. I'll show you what I mean soon. Just these little things on the end of the wing. Prefer those to the big tall ones that you see on most Airbuses, A320s. So 777 should be lining up, and then we've got another Airbus A321neo just taxiing out now. Joshy, New Zealand airline go to Queenstown. Yeah, Air New Zealand flies there, and so does Jetstar. Great approach into there. Unfortunately, no 777s coming to Adelaide. Used to get the 787, but I think the 777 was a rare one pre-COVID. In fact, I only remember the wide bodies going there pre-COVID. Ray saying great coverage. Can you give us an overview of the tech specs, camera gear, etc.? I will just after this landing and takeoff. Once it quietens down a little bit, we'll dive into that. No worries. It's got an A320, I think, on the other side. There it is. Another Jetstar Airways, Airbus A320. Currently the approach is very backlit with the sun there, but that'll get better as the day progresses. Alright, let's get those 777 emojis in the chat, because it's 777 time. New Zealand flight 103 off to Sydney. It's also a leased 777-300. Oscar Kilo Victor, this one. Let's listen to those GE90 engines. What a cool departure that was. Air NZ 777 off to Sydney. Another heavy arrival on the approach, it looks like. But I could also be seeing things. It might just be another A320. It's a China Eastern A330-200 from Hangzhou. Should be an absolute greaser from the butter machine. Very early for China Eastern. I don't remember seeing them in here so early in the day. '60th anniversary sticker on the China Eastern A330-200. Vacating 2-3 left. Gonna have yet another arrival before this Air New Zealand Airbus A321neo departs. Looks like it's going to be a little one too. A330 butter machine for sure. Morning, Seki. Awesome to have you in the chat. Welcome to the show. Looking forward to having your company today. Looks to be a Barrier Air Cessna Caravan. Next in. The long Airbus is now lining up. Be heading off to the islands somewhere. Oh no, 187 off to the Gold Coast. Zulu Kilo, November Golf. Wasting no time, here we go. ATR just waiting for departure. I think another Cessna Caravan coming in first. Looks like another 777 coming out for departure. Must be off to Brisbane, this one. And then we're not too far away, only about half an hour or so from our special moment of the day, which will be both the All Black 777 and 787 departing at the same time. So hopefully we can get them both in one shot. See how we go. I think one's off to Bali and one's off to Tokyo or something like that. I could be wrong though. I think this is our first ATR departure of the day as well. Have a look at those frozen propellers. How cool is that? Jetstar Airbus A320 departing 23 left. Seems like the 777's going to go right ahead and line up. Can we catch that other... Yeah, there's another aircraft in the background. Oh, maybe it's not going to line up. Nope, it's just going to wait. It's got another A320 turning finals there. Catch it in a second. Here we are, the Jetstar emojis, great to see them. And we've got a chat bot now, so just reminding people, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, it's free to do so. Really helps the channel out quite a lot. Helps promote the video to other viewers as well. So don't forget to hit the like button. A320 just around the corner now. See it come in a couple of seconds. You can definitely see the heat haze as well here in Auckland. Gets pretty bad over summer. Triple seven time, here we go. I think this aircraft will be off to Brisbane, but I'll just double check that for you. New Zealand Flight 145, Zulu Kilo, Oscar Kilo Sierra is the registration here. Boeing 777-300ER off to Brisbane. Now this is something we don't see every day. An ATR taking off from right down the end of runway 23 left. Should be up real early. We sure are enjoying those 777s today. look forward to seeing them all return about 5 PM tonight. We'll still be streaming them, so keep an eye out for that. Should be a big day ahead of us. And the ATR will just be waiting for wake turbulence to clear. In the meantime, I'll just get us some updates on our next arrivals. Oh, here we go. Right. The most interesting thing that I got from that was that the Airbus A380 of Emirates is an hour out, currently over the Tasman Sea. Cool early rotation there from that Air New Zealand hairdryer. Another 320 just taxiing out a domestic here as well. Drew, good evening from Loch Ness, UK. Must be getting pretty late for you UK viewers over there. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the other side of the world here in New Zealand. Plenty of action to come, going all the way through till about 5:30 tonight. So if you're tuning in from the UK, you'll be able to go to sleep and then wake up and watch the end of the show. You know, just an idea. I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm just saying that you should do it. Dropping a couple of frames at the moment. Let me try and get that back. There we are. Alright now. The internet up here is very, very iffy. Spent half an hour walking around just to try and get my phone hotspot to connect to my laptop. It was quite a quite an effort that took. It's alright. I think this A320 will be able to go right ahead and line up. There is another A320 and an Air Chatham Saab from Wakatani, I believe, not too far away, but this one should get out before them. Here we go, A320 departure from Air New Zealand. Next departure will be this Air New Zealand Boeing 787-9. Getting out before our double all black 777 and 787 departures. Be about 15 minutes away from seeing those. This aircraft, the 787-9, will be heading off to Tonga as New Zealand 970. This aircraft is registered Zulu Kilo, November Zulu Lima, and you can actually see a trip report, a flight review on my channel on this aircraft, my Air New Zealand Premium Economy review on this very aircraft right here. So you can check that out after the stream. Really good Premium Economy on Air New Zealand. Very lucky to have them. Next arrival, A320 Air New Zealand. Another really good landing. Still not going to beat that first A320 landing that we had. I think it was the first one. It'll take a lot to beat that. That was absolute butter. Next arrival is Air Chatham's flight 823. It's a Saab 340 coming in from Whakatane. ZK-CIT. I didn't know they had a CIT. Maybe that's a new one from Rex. It's quite strange. I thought they had 3 passenger ones, KRA, CIY and CIZ, but no, there's a CIT now. Wonder if anyone in the chat's a bit more knowledgeable than me and let me know how long that plane's been in the fleet for. Planespotters.net or something will have something on this aircraft. Just got our Air New Zealand 78 on screen waiting for that Air Chatham's. Lowlander, welcome back to the channel. Good evening from Castle Douglas up in Scotland. Welcome to Auckland in New Zealand. Pleasure having your company. Look forward to a good show. A little bit of cloud covering the field at the moment. Okay, let's have a look at our Air Chatham's Saab 340A. Alright, time for our 787 departure. There we go. CIT is X-Rex. Thank you, Tally. Got a good rhyme there. Another 777 departure. That's a Always a good sign. Plenty of heavies here in Auckland. 787 off to Tonga. Oh, we completely dropped out. Okay. Sorry, we completely dropped out there. I hope we got most of that 787 departure. I didn't film it either, so I can't use the replay feature. Get a little view of our little Saab down here. CIT. Next up, it is Dashy time. Get those Q300 emojis in the chat, because here comes our first Q300 movement of the show. About time. Here we go. There we are, the Dashy heading off. ATR, another one down there, right down the end of the runway. Maybe it's not as rare as I thought it was. There we go. Tally and Robin getting the Q300 emojis in there. That's awesome to see. If you want to be able to use those emojis, you sign up to be a member. The cheapest one that'll get you the emojis, the cheapest one that I offer is 99 cents New Zealand per month. That's the cheapest that YouTube would let me make it. So if you want to get in there, access the emojis and all the other benefits, sign up and really help support the channel. Can't be too far from our 777 departure. Looks like another ATR coming in. Then we'll be able to enjoy our GE90s. And we can't be far away from seeing the all black 777 and 787 heading out at the same time, just after 10 o'clock. Pretty good landing there. ATR 72. Looks like it's just getting blown by the wind. Could have just been the angle I was looking at it, but it looked like that right hand wing was just getting blown up a bit by the wind. But anyway, I'll stop talking. Let's enjoy the G90s as this aircraft departs off to Tonga. Is it Tonga? I can't remember now. Really nice departure. Ah, there we go. Tally's got me covered. I'm a bit useless sometimes. Off to Nandi in Fiji. Seems like we've had plenty of 777 emojis in the chat. Heaps of them this morning. Still at least another one in New Zealand to go. Look forward to that. Can't be too far away from seeing them push back. Those all black heavies. Let's have a look. I'll be able to tell you. Alright, OKQ, our... Oh, hang on, internet. Oops. Okay, there we go. So, OKQ... ZK-OKQ, our all-black Boeing 777, is supposed to depart 5 minutes before our all-black 787, but hopefully they leave at about the same time. OKQ off to Tokyo, New Zealand flight 99, I think it was, and NZE, ZK-NZE, the all-black 787, off to Hong Kong. So departing 5 minutes apart, but we should be able to get a good view of both of them. And this internet is very average. There we go, we've got a de Havilland Dash 8, this Air New Zealand one just here. Our favourite little props here in New Zealand. nobody really likes the ATRs. Powered by the Pratt & Whitney PW123 engines, and the ATR is powered by the PW127 engines. Our favourite. Glad the emojis are getting used heaps. Put quite a bit of effort in making those. Doug, I only enjoy the ATRs when they're fighting the weather. Yeah, that's true. The slightly bigger aircraft, although not so good when they're fighting the icy clouds. Sometimes when the clouds are a bit cold and there's ice in them, the ATRs de-icing boots don't cope with it as well as the Dash 8. So quite often in the winter you'll see some ATRs diverting back to airports because they can't get through the clouds. Just the ice builds up and it affects the airflow over the wings, doesn't make it as aerodynamic, and also is quite heavy as well. Ice is very heavy for an aircraft. Oops. But yeah, other than the weather, there are not much other reason to enjoy them. Slightly newer. I think the seats are slightly more comfortable. But the Q300's just better. And I'm totally not biased. My complete honest opinion, not biased at all. Heading down to the Auckland Dashies Nest. Not sure if we got through before the internet just completely died, but having a bit of a drinks break. I'll be back in a second. Oh, man, those biscuits are dangerous. Oh, awesome, Neil. Celebrating being up in the Auckland penthouse for 4 months. Good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Great to have your company. Absolute legend, this guy. Thank you for tuning in. Looking forward to another, 7 hours of plane spotting action here in Auckland. Thank you for tuning in. 4 months. Wow, that has gone very quick. Sorry for not a lot of streaming recently, but exams are finished and I'll be up here as often as I can be. Right, I'll just see if that is see if those all black 777 and 787s have pushed back yet. ZK-NZE, our flight to Hong Kong, the All Black 787 is on the radar. Hopefully it should be pushing back soon. Our All Black 777 off to Tokyo isn't yet on the radar, but hopefully we will see them both push back about the same time. Get a double All Black heavy shot. Doesn't happen too often. Not often at all you find both the aircraft in Auckland at the same time, especially leaving at the same time. So this will be quite the treat. Just got an Air New Zealand Airbus A320 taxiing down to 23 left for its departure off south. And our Airbus A380 arrival must only be 40 minutes, half an hour out. The Emirates A380 coming in from Dubai, one of the longest flights in the world, clocking in at about 16 or so hours. Next in we've got an ATR 72 just coming in over the piano keys for 23 left. That one seemed a bit heavier, that landing. A320 is already lined up, ready to go. Heading off on a domestic flight. I love these one-engine taxis. One engine's feathering while the other one's doing the hard work. Apparently it saves fuel. Next departure, Barrier Air 208 Grand Caravan. Pretty difficult to follow the little aircraft. To zoom in quite a way. One of them's just parked down here. Looks like it's going to be staying there for a while. Alright, Neil. I'm doing very well, thank you. The internet is relatively alright. Only took about half an hour to find a decent connection. And if the internet's good, then I'm a very happy man. And I hope you're doing well also. I'm sure you are. Be great to hear how you're doing. Low lander, A380 is 40 minutes out. Awesome. Looking forward to that. Always a highlight is to see the A380 here in Auckland. Over summer we get Singapore and the Emirates A380s, so it's pretty cool. Q300 time, here we go. Just arriving. Our favourite little turboprop. November Eco Sierra, I think that one was. I like keeping the camera fixed on the approach path, so that way I won't miss things. So I missed a couple of 777 landings this morning. Only two, but still that's two 777s. Greetings from Germany, Gurkenhobel. Welcome to the show. After 10 PM there, it's very late and thank you for tuning into the show. Really appreciate that. Be able to get some rest and tune in for the end of the show in the morning for you. Be streaming till about 5:30 p.m. here. Lowlander just asking, do the ATRs reverse out or get pushed back? They get pushed back here in Auckland. Some gates they don't need to be pushed back, they can just taxi in and taxi out. They don't use reverse thrust, but they just swing around. And in I think all of the regional airports as well, they just swing around and yeah, don't use reverse thrust. But they've got little, very small tugs. I don't know if we'll be able to see any from here. No, it doesn't look like it. They've got these very little tugs that are made for the ATRs and the dashes. And so in Auckland and Wellington and maybe Christchurch as well, you do sometimes get pushed back out, because a normal gate like that where you can push back an aircraft is a lot smaller, of course, than one that you have to turn around in. So you can fit more gates, and that's why you often see them at the bigger airports. And I can confirm that we are going to get our double all-black heavy shot OKQ. The flight off to Tokyo will be the first to depart. And just behind that, peeking around the corner, ZK-NZE, our all-black Boeing 787-9. So this is pretty rare. It does not happen that often that you get both of the all-black heavies at Auckland at the same time, let alone departing at the same time. So this will be certainly something to remember. So here's our flight to Hong Kong. The first Boeing 787-9 to be delivered. This was the launch. Air New Zealand was the launch customer of the 787-9. And then we also have our Boeing 777-300ER. We saw this aircraft last in Sydney when we were doing runway 27 ops over there. So we got to see this one depart off of the short runway at Sydney on the 12-hour stream that I did over there. So this is really cool. Thanks for the welcome. No worries. Johans, apologies if I pronounced that wrong. Greetings from SEA. I assume that's Seattle over in the States. Welcome to the show. Air New Zealand A320-200 arriving on 23 left. Next to depart will be the Jetstar Airbus A320 just behind the All Black 777 there. Got the 777 and 787 emojis there from Robin. Tally as well. Hello, welcome. Just in time. Couldn't get much more perfect timing than this. Super cool. Ray just saying flew on the inaugural commercial flight to Perth a few years back. Can't recall the date. No, it was something. Must have been about 10 years ago. Did they celebrate the 10 years recently, I think? So it must have been 2014 sometime. But that would have been super cool. So I'm sure there was some great celebrations to be had there. It's a shame for poles and heat haze, otherwise that would be a great shot. There we are, both just on screen there, waiting for an arrival. It's a Barrier Air Caravan. Get the big planes waiting for the little ones. Zulu Kilo Sierra Delta Echo is this one. I remember it because it's got that big black belly on it. It's quite strange. And I don't think too many people were a fan of this livery when it first came out. Prefer the normal Barrier Air livery. Okay, so like I said, next up will be the Jetstar A320. Lovely looking day in Auckland, it sure is. Put on a treat of a day for us. Not too hot, not too windy as of yet. I won't jinx myself as much as I can. Sure are, the G90 is absolutely beautiful sound. Had plenty of it this morning. Look forward to having some more very shortly. Okay, here we go. I'll let the views do the talking. Our flight to Tokyo departing before our flight to Hong Kong. Just going to stop for a Dash 8. Not very often a Dash 8 gets in the way of the fun. Usually the Dash 8 is the fun. But right now our fun is the all black heavies. see quite a few Q300s now making an appearance in Auckland. Zulu Kilo November Echo Papa is the registration, and ZK-NZE is now lining up for its departure off to Tokyo. Tokyo? No, Hong Kong. Other way around. Ooh, that was a very nice treat. Double all black departures. The all black 787 and the all black 777. Just like that, she's out of here. The 777-OKQ, the first departure, was nearly 14 years old. And it's quite a long looking aircraft too, isn't it? Always looks so weird. I prefer seeing the 777-200s. I think they look a little bit better. Just going to catch this ATR 72 landing. Get in before the Jetstar 320 heads off. And Lowlander just pointing out the 787 nearly 11 years old. So yeah, would have been 2013, 2014 when it was delivered. Absolutely beautiful. The wing flex as well. Craig saw the 787 in Sydney when she was brand new. Would have been a very shiny aircraft. How cool. I remember it was put out of service for quite a long time because it got hit by a catering truck here in Auckland, and then the engine issues, so it was out of time for a really long time. 2018, 2019 I think. Just got our ATR on a single engine taxi. Another Jetstar departure. It's awesome. Ronnie saying, wow, just wow. Amazing to see All Black 777 and 787-9 taking off one after the other. Thanks for the stream. No worries, thank you for tuning in. It's always a pleasure. But the action doesn't end there. Plenty more of it to come. Our Airbus A380 must only be about 20 minutes away, 15 minutes, hopefully. Look forward to seeing that one land. Right. Alright, as promised, while we've got a little bit of time, Ray's just saying was very much a test flight, had a few things on the internal fit out needed attending to, and the in-flight entertainment wasn't working. Oh, that would have been a very long flight over to Perth then, wouldn't it? It's a bit of a bummer. I'm sure you would have paid a bit of a fortune to be on that flight as well. So as promised, we'll go over the setup a little bit. So the camera itself is... oh, hang on, I can flip the camera around. We'll have a little look. Alright, so the camera itself, just up here, is the Nikon P1000 super zoom camera. It's got a quite the zoom, way over into the water there. Somebody's house on the other side of, gee, that's a fancy house. Somebody's house on the other side of the harbour. The 30,000mm of zoom does me quite well on the streaming shows. It's pretty much perfect for what it's what I use it for. On top of the SH25 tripod, good fluid head tripod is great when it comes to helping for smooth footage. Then I've got 3 of these big batteries. It's got a bit of Jetstar stuff on it from my Perth-Sydney flight, but it's currently charging the laptop at the moment. Is it flat? No. It goes flat pretty quick because the laptop just soaks up the power. But I've got 3 of those that'll get me through an entire day. It's about 42,000 milliamps or something like that. Then I've got plenty of these other little ones that'll also run the laptop if it needs to, and they're also charging my phone at the moment. Then if we spin the camera around here, be able to have a quick look at the microphone just on another tripod there. The Rode video mic Go 2 there, just plugged into the laptop via a USB-C cable. So that's pretty much all there is to it. It's a pretty basic setup. I've got my headset and a couple other cables around the place. But apart from that, it's all pretty simple compared to the likes of Sid Squad and Kevin from Wellington Flights Live. I'm sure it's got a much more complex setup. It's just that I don't want to go ahead and buy a huge battery to power it all, so I'm running off these little things, and I don't want to buy too much more stuff that'll just soak up the power, because when I go overseas, you can't take that many batteries with you on an airplane, and so then it just becomes a bit of an issue because, you know, most of my streams on YouTube have been from live tours around Australia and New Zealand. One thing that I do need to upgrade is my headset. I need to get a little wind shield, and then who knows, maybe I'd look at upgrading the camera as well, get some better quality. Lowlander A380 is 20 minutes out. Good, looking forward to that. Just got an A320. The A380, yes. Tally just saying a nice setup, thank you. If it works, it works. It sure does. It works pretty well. All of the footage comes through OBS before coming out on YouTube as well. It's got a bit of a delay on it, I'm pretty sure. It should be about 30 seconds that I set up because Brisbane Airport required me to have it, and I've just kept it like that. Oh, I thought we were going to have another competitor for smoothest landing of the day, but it just floated a little bit. Slammed down a bit hard after the float, so not quite up there with that smoothest landing that we saw pretty early on in the stream. That was absolute butter. One A320 in, another one out here on 23 left. No worries, works pretty well. A320 just floating in there, yeah. Bit of a floater, but that's alright. Air New Zealand Airbus A320. Once again with the sharklets. A little bit of wind pushing me around a bit now. Got a good climb rate, those 320s. Real nice, alright. No, not enough wind to spill the pilot's coffee. Alright, if Tally and Zed's still in the chat, be cool if we got an updated weather report, see how much the wind's changed since the beginning of the show. Barrier Air 208 coming in on 23 left. Sometimes those aircraft slow down right at the last minute because if they've got a jet behind them, these little caravans have to go pretty full throttle to be able to not get trampled down by an A320 or something. That aircraft, I think it was Zulu Kilo Sierra Delta Golf one of Barrier Air's newer 208s. Here we go, updated weather report. Still says about 9 knots of wind. Heating has changed 240 degrees. So it's a little less in line with the runway. Before it was 230, which was pretty much straight down the runway. There you go, pressure's still the same as well. And yeah, pretty standard at the moment. Up to 2 knots of crosswind, 9 knots of headwind. I think that's a bit less crosswind than we had before, wasn't it? Thank you very much for your weather update. Alright, A320 just been banking in from on a final approach. Jetstar, alright. Definitely seeing more and more of these Jetstar aircraft. Quite nice. I might even prefer the Jetstar livery seeing it around as opposed to the Air New Zealand. I know as someone who doesn't really like Jetstar, for the little domestic flights they're actually quite good, but anything over, 2 hours, it starts to get a little, that's when you start to regret flying Jetstar. Like the Perth-Sydney flight I did in July, that was a bit of a, felt like a bit of a long haul flight, that one. The plane smelt terrible, your knees touching the seat in front for 4 hours. It wasn't terribly enjoyable, but it was a bit cheaper than any other option, so. Tally. Might hurt the feelings. Don't say it too loud. So rude. But, compared to the likes of a 777-200 or something, certainly not an attractive aircraft in comparison. Tally's off. Welcome back this afternoon. Have a great day all, no worries. Thank you for your company this morning. Look forward to having you back a bit later on. Just got an A320 off 23 left now as well. Bringing up the gear as it disappears into the roof of the car park building. Next arrival will be a Q300 Lowlander. Talking of winds, had gusts of 60 to 80 miles an hour today, playing havoc at airports. Lots of go-arounds and diversions, I'm sure. So that's it's 100 to 100 to about 140k, 130k an hour winds. It's huge. Kevin would be a natural in those conditions, but I wouldn't want to be streaming in those winds. He'd be used to it being from Wellington. Rookie numbers for him. Dash 8 there. Our favourites, as always. This one registered November Echo uniform. One of the newer Dash 8s, and it'd still be about 16 years old or something like that, that aircraft. They're getting pretty old, those Q300s, but they still plan to have them around for quite a while. That poor caravan. Gonna go crying now. And just a reminder, if you haven't already, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's free and really supports the channel, helps me out a lot, and pushes the video to new audiences thanks to the YouTube algorithm. Support's very much appreciated. There you go, Robin. A380 failed to land at Heathrow twice and diverted to Birmingham today. Wow, was that a BA A380 or was it something else? Because they wouldn't get any British Airways A380s up in Birmingham, but I would assume that an Emirates one would be quite regular. So it'd be pretty special if it wasn't an Emirates, or wouldn't be sure if Singapore Airlines flies their A380 to Birmingham. Probably not, I'd say. Oh, there you go, Robin. Emirates. Do you know if Emirates usually flies the A380 to Birmingham? Yeah. Lowlander watching at Gatwick this morning, getting 27 miles per hour. Yeah, that's not nice either. About 50 kilometers an hour. Okay, let's get some updates on our next movements. It's quite nice having a little bit of a break after all of that action, but we'll see when the next ones are coming in. The Emirates Airbus A380 just about to fly behind us. It's 9 minutes out on its approach, coming through 8,000 feet. Before that though, we're going to get an ATR in from Napier, and I'd say the Dash 8 from Blenheim is going to slot in just behind. But our next arrival will be Zulu Kilo Mike Victor Victor, flying New Zealand 5010 from Napier. two A380s at the same time, one diverted from Heathrow and one regular. That would have been a sight to see. I think Brisbane had that recently as well. It might not have been a diversion, but it might have been something else. They had two Emirates A380s there. Saw it on the Julia Flights live stream. I think it was one of them was the new livery as well. I can't remember what it is. It might be Formula One. Nah, it can't be. One of the new blue. No, it's the NBA, isn't it? The NBA livery. And so there was a big buzz over at Brisbane recently. BA380 failed twice as well at Heathrow. Yeah, so even those big ones can't handle too much wind. See, I'm sure a Q300 would be able to nail that one easy. Emirates not far out. Yeah, shouldn't be too far. Probably just about see it behind me. Not quite, no. Certainly do have some good storms through Brisbane. Aircraft can be in a holding pattern or even diverted. Yeah, it was quite rare to have the two A380s actually at Brisbane, because I would assume if it was a diversion from Sydney, they'd go to Melbourne rather than Brisbane. So I can't recall what the reason of having it there was. Okay, ATR is just on a short final. Saw the new Emirates livery on Kurt's stream. I saw he was streaming yesterday night. Was it on that one? I didn't stay for very long. Let's catch this ATR 72 coming in from Napier. There we are. Birmingham has daily A380 from Dubai. So yeah, I wouldn't imagine any other airlines fly the A380 into Birmingham. Let's have a look while we've got time, and we can. Let's have a little replay of the All Black 777 departure that we had about half an hour ago. Let's have another look. pretty cool to see that depart. Just got our Q300 coming in from Blenheim. I thought it was going to squeeze in behind the Emirates A380, but it's going to get in front. Here we are, Zulu Kilo November Echo Quebec is this one. It's got the red belly beacon light, but doesn't look like it's on at the moment. Usually you'd be able to see it flashing under there. So that was a very cool 777 departure. I'll probably upload that to the channel as a regular video later on tonight or tomorrow. There we go, Robin. On the late night after midnight stream, he did that members only one. Yeah, I saw that. What was coming in after midnight? I didn't tune into it. So was there much happening? There we go. Nice Q300 arrival. Great to replay that 777 as well. Let's spin around because just out here I can see something pretty large. It's got 4 engines and it's just coming through the cloud now. It's our Emirates Airbus A380 arrival from Dubai. Let's see, will the Airbus A380 be able to claim the smoothest landing of the day? This aircraft on screen, the Airbus A380 flying EK flight 448 in from Dubai, registered Alpha 6 Echo Victor Hotel, I think it was. It's quite fascinating just looking down in front of me, and I can see all the pick up and drop off points, and some guys brought a boat to the airport. I don't think that'll be very helpful. Thumbs up from Craig. Must be good stuff then. Fantastic. Look at that. What are the chances? Lowlander flew on this exact same plane. Alpha 6 Echo Victor Hotel. Back in February. How cool is that? Awesome. The king of the skies. Late departures on that stream. The members only one. I think it was the new livery Emirates. Divert from Brisbane originally. Was allowed to break the curfew at Sydney. So did it reposition back to Brisbane? Wouldn't have gone straight back to Dubai. I imagine it repositioned back to Brisbane and pick up the passengers from there. So Emirates A380 not too far now, just on the other side of the pillar. We'll have a look at that very, very soon. Robin's got those A380 emojis in the chat, Airbus emojis. I'll be quiet now. Let's have a look at this Emirates A380 from Dubai. Towering above the rest, the Emirates Airbus A380. Even the 777, you can only see the tail above that little, I think that's the Air New Zealand domestic lounge that sticks up over here. Gets in the way quite a lot. I think that's the Air New Zealand domestic lounge. Quite often you can't see anything over it, but the Emirates A380, you can just about see the whole thing over the top of that humongous little, humongous aircraft here. Nothing little about that plane. Such an awesome aircraft. One day I'd love to go and walk around one of those. Just taking the huge scale of it all. Lowlander just saying that the cabin crew were from 9 nationalities on that exact same flight back in February. Emirates is definitely known for their very diverse cabin crew and pilots from all over the place. So what a treat to get the Emirates A380 here in Auckland. Wheels up on the Dash 8. Probably had to wait a while for some wake turbulence or something, even though the A380 is landing, not taking off. I'm sure there's a bit of wake turbulence left behind for that Dash 8. Gino, hello, welcome to the show. Great to have your company. Looking forward to another 6 or so hours here in Auckland Airport in New Zealand. Thanks for tuning in. Plenty more action to come. Let's have a look at when our next movements will be. Must be due for Cathay Pacific and Singapore Airlines shortly. Also due out will be all of those American heavies. Must be due out very shortly. Some of them wait around till 3 PM, but a couple of them head out a bit earlier, I'm pretty sure. We're due for a Boeing 777 to Singapore, Air New Zealand, along with our all-black Airbus A321neo heading off to Sydney. Not far behind, a 787 bound for Seoul, Air New Zealand as well. So they'll be gearing up to send those off over at internationals as another Dash 8 comes in. Got the appropriate emojis there. Tis a bit of a mammoth one, making the most of it. Been, you know, spend all the petrol and parking money to come up to Auckland all the time as well. So might as well stay here for as long as I can. And I could just about stay all night, but I would rather not. 5 AM wake up for me this morning to drive up here. Dash 8's going to be taxiing over to Dash's Nest. And the the Singapore departure I think is due out in a minute, and so is that Air New Zealand 321 Neo to Sydney, both due out at 10 minutes past 11. So our Air New Zealand flight to Seoul will be due out at 11:20, and then 11:40 and 11:45 we've got China Eastern A330, Korean Air 787-9 heading out, one to Sydney, one to Seoul. And then a bit of a wait as we bump through some domestic movements. And we've got American 787-9 bound for Dallas. On the arrivals side, we're meant to have a 747-400 arrival at about midday from Honolulu. Atlas Air operating for Qantas Freight. 12:05, but is delayed till 12:25. We've got Malaysia Airlines A330. Then we start getting into some of the Australian arrivals, such as Qantas. We look forward to seeing the Qantas 787 be arriving from Sydney, heading out later to New York. Yeah, it does make sense if not based in Auckland, and it's much cheaper for me to drive up, drive home, and then drive back if I'm going to stream 2 days in a row. So not much point in staying the night up here, whereas if I was flying from the likes of Wellington or Christchurch, I'd probably make a bit more of a trip of it, stay the night. But accommodation up here is so much more expensive than many other airports, especially Sydney Airport. Like the Ibis budget would be like $50 a night cheaper than the Ibis budget here, which is not great if you're trying to stay the night, but that's alright. Gino, how long are you on for? I'm on until 5:30 PM local time. Just pushing back, actually. We've got a Air New Zealand 320. I think it's off to Christchurch, I think. So we'll be pushing back for a 2-3 left departure. Off to Wellington, sorry. Zulu Kilo Oscar Kilo Lima. Oscar X-Ray Lima, sorry. Brian Morrison, hello. Howdy. Like button very gently hit. Thank you. Please respect my like button. I don't want it broken. However, I do ask everyone to very gently hit that like button. Promote the stream to more viewers. Helps quite a lot. yeah. It's they're all the core hotels, I'm pretty sure, up here. I know the Ibis is definitely in a core hotel. The Novotel is definitely in a core hotel, and I'm pretty sure the Pullman is as well. Pullman is a core. So it's a bit of a monopoly on airport hotels, as long as you don't want to go too far out. Because the good thing about those three are that they're in walking distance to the airport. The Ibis budget's a little bit further out, but the Pullman and Novotel are right next to the international terminal. Lowlander, tuning out. Thank you for your company. Been great having you. You can tune in tomorrow morning and catch the end of the show if you'd like. But no worries. Thank you. Kevin, yes, going to be keeping a very keen eye out for that American flight. Certainly will be here. $120 for that one, yes. Alright, bit of a drinks break while I'm at it. Need it. These cookies are a little too good. Robin, 13 hours ahead of us in the UK. That's I thought it was 12, but maybe because of daylight savings it's gone up to 13. That's probably it. We've got an ATR along with this A320 just heading out. Do like the sound of those IAE V2500 engines. I think they're a bit better than the CFM engines you see quite often in Europe. Almost every A320 in Europe has the CFM engines. Can't be too far away from seeing our 777 off to Singapore. We've got an aircraft coming in. Looks like an A320. We'll spin around and have a look. You can definitely tell the size difference between that A320 and the Airbus A380 that we just saw a few moments ago. And then you get the ATR, which just completely disappears behind that building. Back on GMT at the moment until March. Oh, so you got daylight savings as well. Yeah, so we've gone forwards an hour, I think. And you guys must have gone back. Get back to the chat after this. Air New Zealand ATR 72. Off into the skies above Auckland. Next departure is an Air New Zealand Airbus A320 off to Wellington. Given saying your girlfriend's on American Airline heading back to Canada, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. No, I'm not. But that's awesome. I'll try and get my best footage of that. Awesome to hear. Alright, Wellington flight time. Almost got the gear fully up on that departure. Yet to see the gear go fully up on an A320 departing. Went back an hour in October, yeah. That sounds about right. And Tally just saying NZAA, our A321neo in the all black livery, heading off to Sydney. Is now on the radar over at internationals. Another ATR departure with those frozen propellers. Just to do with the speed of the propeller and the frame rate of the camera. Pretty cool to see. Dash 8 here holding short. Must be due for another arrival here. Guess what it is? It's another ATR. Another smooth A320 landing it was, yeah. We went forward in September, was it? Yeah. Okay. Gee, the months have gone very fast. Going back an hour is always nice, but then you got to come forward an hour again. And to be honest, I'd rather it just be, you know, darker for longer. I'd rather that than have to wake up an hour earlier. Sure, the hour sleep-in's nice, but when it comes to changing back, it's not always nice. That was a really good landing. That was smooth. Mike Victor X-ray, this ATR 72-600. And Dash 8 lining up. Sorry about that camera work. There's our ATR doing a one-engine taxi. I probably need to make an ATR emoji too, but we need some more members before I can actually upload any more emojis. It's quite annoying, but it is what it is. So that's another reason for anyone who might consider joining up as a member. We need some more emojis. Gino, broadcasting from Christchurch Airport. No, not planning to in the near future, unfortunately. We've got Mike and Sean from NZCH Sky Squad and NZ1 Aviation. They do live streaming down there pretty regularly. I have done a Christchurch stream back in April as a part of my Australasia live tour. So you're most welcome to go and check that one out. Ed Chatham sub 340 just popping it down on 2-3 left. Not too much wind, so seeing quite a few smooth landings. And another Black Beauty number 4 for us today. ZK-NZE, the all black Airbus A321neo. And I think I can hear a G90 starting up. That will be the flight 283 off to Singapore. Air New Zealand 777-300ER. Rob, good morning to you. Joining this show just before the afternoon. Great to see you. Just in time to watch the All Black 321neo depart, and we'll have our 777-300ER come out to play very shortly. So far today we've had the All Black 777 and 787 departing at the same time. That was a really cool sight. We've also had our Emirates A380 arrival. I hope you guys could hear that 777 starting up. How good. Alright, NNA looks like it's going to go for it. So I'll be quiet and we'll enjoy this one. Another nice departure there from the All Black 321 Neo. The sub 340 from Air Chatham's on screen. Must be waiting for a gate. Just parked in front of the domestic terminal. We do love to see the 777 pinging. Waiting for that one to take off. A great takeoff indeed. 777 is on the roll. Making an appearance on its way off to Singapore. I think it's about 9 hours of flight time over to Singapore. And really enjoying the views of the 777s today. The joys of being in the car park. It's pretty loud sometimes. Oh yeah, we're going to follow this one the whole way down to runway 23 left. Just non-stop 777s, and we are loving it. Soak it all in. I think Singapore Airlines is sending a 777 today, so we'll be able to get that. I think they're sending a 777 and then an A350 later on. So that'll be good. A 100%. Who doesn't love a G90? Right. Sub 340's on the move, so there must be a gate free. Following it down is a Boeing 787. So how good is that? Another 777-787 combo. This time in the normal livery as opposed to the all black. Rob was out here on Saturday. Saw plenty of those 777s. That's awesome. Hope you got some good footage. And I think this 777's going to have to wait. And I'll pan around to the aircraft that's going to be holding it up. There it is. just beginning its bank. So this Dash 8 is getting chased down by our 787 departure off to Seoul, South Korea. Zulu Kilo, November Zulu Foxtrot is the registration of this aircraft. And our arriving A320 just on the other side of the pillar, holding up the car park. Skipping the queue is the Dash 8. Love our 777-787 combo. Doesn't get much better than this. Maybe a 777 and a 747 would be a bit nicer, you know. But this can be second best. Robin's got it. We do love our combo of triples and 7/8s. Just got a Jetstar Airways Airbus A320 coming in 2-3 left. Quite a smooth landing there. Haven't had too many hard ones today. The wind's been keeping at bay. And I've been enjoying that wind staying away for the most part. 777 off to Singapore. Lining up now on runway 23 left. Set for some good sounds. Those G90s. Tally will be very excited. That would be better. Love the 7.4s. Yeah, we're due for one in about 15 minutes, but I'm not too sure if it's actually coming or not. The Atlas Air Qantas Freight one from Honolulu. So I know someone probably knows a bit more about that than I do, whether that plane's actually going to arrive or not. But in the meantime, 777. Beautiful departure from that Boeing 777. Definitely much more of a roar on those engines, going a bit further than Australia, so uses a bit more power to get off the ground, which in turn produces a much better sound for us who are watching. A320s with the smooth landings today, they've been certainly doing good at that. Just got a Jetstar one taxiing down for departure as well. If I zoom out a bit, you'll be able to see it. Turn and burn at that 777 is away. Absolutely stunning. We do love those G90s, don't we? Might be a bit selfish here in Auckland. We're getting so many 777s today, stealing them from everywhere else, I imagine. But it's usually pretty good on a Monday. Not too sure what the 787's waiting for. Could be another Cessna Caravan from Barrier Air. Keep your mouth shut about the Caravans this time, Tally. They might run away. There we are, Barrier Air, Cessna 208 in their original livery. Takes about 30 minutes to go to Great Barrier Island on one of these. And it's pretty cool. If you're lucky enough, you can ask and actually get put up in the co-pilot seat for the flight, and you get a headset, you can listen to the ATC. The only thing is you can't press any buttons. So that's one good thing about the Caravan. The Jetstar A320 is going to skip the queue ahead of the 787 going to Seoul. There we are, Kiwi Aviators, Barrier Air will catch this Jetstar A320. Still haven't managed to see the gear go all the way up yet. So our Boeing 787 departure off to South Korea, currently lined up. Looks like it's getting a move on already, so we'll sit back, relax and enjoy this one. What a treat those two departures were. The 777 to Singapore, 787 to Seoul. Rigoberto tuning in, hello, welcome. Claiming like number 110. Thank you everyone for your support, very much appreciated. Of course, if you haven't already, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel, it's free to do so, and helps boost the video in the YouTube algorithm. Hope you're doing well. It's been a while since had you in the chat. Robin with the Air New Zealand 787 emojis. Loving the 787 wing flex. I reckon after this landing we'll go and have a little replay of the All Black 787 departure that we saw a little bit earlier on today. New Zealand Airbus arriving on 23 left. Alright, so this is our 787 departure that we had a little bit earlier on today. We saw the 777 and 787 All Black liveries depart very close, probably about 2 minutes apart from each other. It was really cool. So here's our 787 departure. Enjoy. So while that was on your screens, we've had our Korean Air 787 departure also off to Seoul come out to play in their little blue Pepsi type livery. Pepsi Jet. And we've got 2 more ATRs just heading out for a departure as well from the prop gates. Tracy Reed tuning in as well, another absolute legend. One of our members there. Welcome to the show, thanks for tuning in. Great time to see an aircraft that I'm pretty sure you don't get over in Melbourne. Korean Air. There you go. Almost like a Korean Air logo there. That emoji. Rigoberto, doing very well, thank you. Hope you're doing well also. When the internet is working pretty good up here in Auckland, I'm a very happy man. Absolutely loving the view. Alright, let's watch this ATR departure. Quite nice seeing those 787s. Not 787s, the ATRs. Loving the all black liveries. We've had 4 so far today. We've had the A321neo, the A320, 777 and 787. Joe, good evening from the UK. Just found your channel. Nice seeing live streams from airports down under. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We've got 4 live streamers down here in New Zealand, and yeah, it's pretty cool to see the community grow. Thank you for tuning in. Must be getting pretty late over there, so tuning in, very much appreciated. Be able to have some sleep and wake up and then watch the end of the show. Be going till 5:30 local time. There's another ATR just heads off of runway 23 left. Lego flights, yeah, that was an absolute treat. So shout out to Air New Zealand scheduling. I thought we might see this one today. It's the Starship King Air 350. So Lego flights, welcome to the show. Be able to go back till about 10:15, 10:20. We saw those 2 all black liveries depart. Looks like China Eastern Airbus A330s also just pulling out at internationals. That one's heading on the short hop to Sydney. This aircraft on screen is sort of the children's air ambulance. So it's painted in a pretty cool livery, and awesome seeing it around. Pretty busy aircraft, this one, unfortunately. Although it's quite fortunate for us that like to watch the planes fly around. So it's just lined up on runway 23 left there, should be departing very soon. Robin, off to bed now in your Qantas PJs that I sent you. Our giveaway winner from the Australasia Winter Live Tour there. Good night all, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for tuning in, Robin. Been awesome having your company, and look forward to maybe seeing you in the morning or next time. Catch this air ambulance. Little rocket ship, this thing. So here's our China Eastern departure. It's an Airbus A330-200-243 to be specific. Really like the look of these airplanes, especially the -200 version of the A330. Yeah, catch us in the next one. Thanks for tuning in, Robin. Korean Airlines lining up at the moment. There we are. Be almost 11 PM at the moment over in the UK. Absolute dedication. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Don't miss future live streams. And also don't forget to like the video as well. Free to do so, both of them are, and helps boost the video in the YouTube algorithm. But I'll be quiet for this departure. Back off to South Korea, that aircraft. Sure do have some great streamers here in New Zealand. NZ1 Aviation, NZCH Sky Squad, Wellington Flights Live. Random Aussie, tuning in from a random place in Australia. Great to have your company. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Just in time to see this Q300. Must be due for some heavy 787s sometime soon. Rob, Korean 787, a very colourful livery. It's pretty nice to see that. Do enjoy seeing Korean Airlines. The simple livery is generally the best one sometimes. When am I on next? I'm hoping to do weekly streams up here in Auckland. So, who knows, Monday, Tuesday, maybe even Sunday next week. Sometime. I'll post about it in the community tab on my channel. Should just pop up in your feed if you're subscribed. You'll be able to be notified of when I'm going live next. Chris Frank is back. Welcome. Good time. We're going to have our China Eastern A330 departing in the next few minutes. Currently waiting for an ATR to land. Let's have a look at this one. Really does feel like they keep that right wing up. I'm not too sure if the pilots are doing that or if it's just the pavement, or maybe it is just the wind. I'm sure you guys have noticed that as well, that the right wing of the ATRs just kind of sit up a little bit. Pretty smooth landing there as well, yes. Been plenty of those today, it's been quite impressive actually. Got another landing coming up next. Should be a good one. Looks like an Airbus A320. No, actually that might be a Qantas 7.3. Let's go have a look. It is. It's a Qantas Boeing 737-800. Getting caught in a little bit of wind on the threshold of runway 23 left. Very easy on the reverse thrust, barely any noise there. So there's our first 737 movement of the day. Vacating, going to head over to internationals. Next up will be an ATR departure followed by an arrival, could be another 737, and then China Eastern Airbus A330-200 will be departing off to Sydney. I think this next one is just an Airbus A320 and on a domestic flight. Sure is. Let's see how well this landing will do. I think the first A320 landing we had today was the absolute winner. Still the smoothest landing I'd seen today. That one's pretty good as well. Still not enough to take the top spot. Sure is making its presence known with that pretty loud reverse thrust. Seems as though we're going to be waiting for another arrival before China Eastern leaves. As always, if you haven't already, please do remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Free to do so, really helps me out a lot promoting the video to other people. YouTube algorithm likes it and it's free, so much appreciated. Rigoberto giving that A320 landing a 9.8 out of 10. A very good landing by the Air New Zealand pilots there. Plenty of absolute greasers today. It's a good day to get the butter emojis out in the chat for those who are members. Definitely think that China Eastern could have gotten out before now, but gonna be waiting for this ATR just about to pop round the side of the pole. Looks like they're getting a bit of wind down the that other end of 23 left. Pretty smooth landing there for the wind. China Eastern time now, the A330-200 Heading off to Sydney. Let's enjoy this one. The butter machine takes to the skies with a pretty good sound. Next arrival's just on a short final. I can hear some pretty good sounding engines. Wonder if that's just an A320 or if that's something over at internationals. This aircraft coming in now though, it's a Qantas 737 flying QF141 in from Sydney. I think that engine starting was just an A320. Smooth one there from Qantas. Dash 8 coming out of Dash's nest. Is that NEQ? I think it is. That's the one that we saw come in a little earlier. It's got the red belly beacon, which is quite different when compared to all the other ones. They've got, I think it's no, or they've got white ones. I think they might have nothing. Now let's give you an update on the next heavy movements. Cathay Pacific should be in shortly. And I think Singapore Airlines as well is somewhere around this time of day. Malaysia Airlines about to come over the coast of New Zealand. Looking forward to that. That's an A330-300. We had that Qantas 73 from Melbourne. Fiji Airways is delayed from 12:40 to 1 PM. It's an A330-200. Singapore Airlines 777 and Cathay Pacific A350-1000 look to be pretty on time. They're a bit later on, about 1:30. Good landing, Jetstar Airways. Slow down very quick. Next departure, a -8. Our ZK-NEQ taking off to the skies above Auckland. Airbus A320 taxiing out. Looks like it's Oscar X-Ray India. The registration. And seems like next arrival will be an ATR 72. Alright, let's have a look at the heavy departures now. So I think I remember American Airlines is an hour away, scheduled at 1:20. Yep. That's 737 that we just saw has a 1 hour turnaround. It'll be heading back to Sydney just before the Americans. I'm not too sure what happened to that 747 that we were meant to have just before midday. Is it still... No, I don't think it's coming anymore. But the good news is we've got a private jet, a nice big one too, a Gulfstream G500. Be on its way here in about an hour and a half. Maybe a bit more. I don't think that makes up for the fact that we don't get a 747 today, but it helps heal the wound. Got a -8 and an A320 waiting for departure. Looks like another -8's coming in. There we are, thank you. Rigoberto saying 17 minutes until we get our Malaysian Airlines Airbus A330-300. I'm looking forward to this one. Love seeing the butter machine. Surely the butter machine can live up to its nickname and take the prize possession of the smoothest landing trophy. Alright, let's get this -8 coming in. The heat haze is certainly something today. Coming into summer, just so much of it here in Auckland in summer. Zulu Kilo, November Eco Tango. Next up, the 320. Yeah, the A330's got some pretty rare competition, this time from the A320s. Plenty of competition as well. Quite a few good landings from there. Rigoberto just updating me, it's now 4 minutes out, so it'll be just on a long final now. Let's grab this 320 departure. Sounds like it'll be a good one. The amount of people that bring boats to the airport is actually quite something. I've seen probably about 5 or more today, just below me at the domestic pickup and drop-off zone. Sweet landing, that ATR sure was. And Tally just saying he's getting distracted by the stream. Well, that's rather unfortunate. I don't take the blame for any missed deadlines. In fact, I actually support it. Sorry, this internet at the moment's really not doing me any good. But for the most part, I think it's been alright. No blaming here. A welcome distraction. I love plane spotting. So do I. It's awesome to be out here and sharing it all with you. And that's lucky, because I'm not taking any blame. Must just about be able to see our Malaysia Airlines A330-300 come into view pretty soon. MSU Kiwi saying, I always see a buy me a coffee link, but never a buy me a Tim Tams link. Yeah, there should be an aviation spotter version, shouldn't it? I think you can actually rename the coffees to Tim Tams, so maybe I'll have to do that. That's a brilliant idea, I think. That's going to use that. Quite clever, actually. Coming up with buy me Tim Tams. Should start a website, I think. Get rich. Alright, next arrivals, just turning on to finals. It's an Airbus A320. We'll pan the camera over here and wait for that. Looks like it could be the all black livery coming back in. I think it is. It's the all black livery Airbus A320-200 Zulu Kilo Oscar Alpha Bravo coming back in. We've seen this one depart before on the stream, a bit earlier on. Now completing the return sector. Ooh, that probably not in contention for the trophy of smoothest landing. However, they are on the ground and it was a safe landing. Our all black livery, our black beauty ZK-OAB. We've got ZK-OXJ just in front of us, going to be starting up. We'll have a little of a listen to this. Pretty violent rotation there. So as you've just seen, our Malaysia Airlines A330 is currently on a short final in for 2-3 left. See it in another 10 seconds. Just coming up 12:30 PM. MSU Kiwi there. Buy me a Tim Tams, I think that's brilliant. Welcome back, OAB. Not in the smooth category today, definitely not. However, that's alright. They don't all have to be smooth. Malaysia Airlines, Airbus A330-300 from Kuala Lumpur, here we go. Welcome to Auckland, Malaysia Airlines, Airbus A330. Vacating the runway and heading over to terminal... Actually, I don't think it has a number, I think it's just the international terminal. Oh, Lego flights. Don't want Tim Tams. Mallow Puffs. Oh, those are so good as well. No, just stop talking about food. I'm gonna go and spend all my money on Tim Tams and Mallow Puffs if you guys keep talking about that. It's not gonna be good. There's plenty of shops down there in the terminal that are full of junk food, and you guys are gonna go make me buy all of it, and it's not gonna be good for my bank account. Oh, are they hard to get in Australia, Mallow Puffs? That's interesting. And Sean saying would rather a mint slice. All sorts coming through in the chat. Oh, licorice all sorts. Difficult to beat a good licorice all sort. Personally, the green ones. Oh, you can't beat it. Tally, not a kiwi treat, but partial to some Jaffa cakes. So is that something like a Jaffa? Like the little red Jaffas, and then do you just like put them on a chocolate cake or something? Sounds pretty good. It's doesn't quite have that ring to it, I don't think. Buy me Tim Tams or other snack. You know, I eat everything, so, you know, just a buy me food page would do pretty well for me. A320-200. Just getting up off of 23 left. Gee, that pretty much just floated into the air. It's not like a Dash 8 where you see them pretty aggressively pull up on the yoke. That just floated. Air Chatham's ATR 72 getting the tow. This one will be heading out to the Chatham Islands a bit later on today. I don't spend your money you can resist. I'll try. I do try. Oh, awesome. Probably one of our first viewers from Israel. Had people tune in from all over the place. Welcome to the show. Jaffa cakes, a British snack, okay. Yeah, just to buy me snacks, buy me food, feed me. It's like a duck at a pond, you know. Just feed me. Or a lion in a zoo, and it's got a sign saying "Don't feed the lions" or something, and I'm just sitting there wanting a bit of food. Oh, now we're talking. I think there is some sort of different flavors of mallow puffs. Ooh. Left gear first for the dash 8. Down on 2-3 left. I'm gonna have a quick Google. No, not having any luck on a mint mallow puff. I could have sworn that there was something like that, but I guess not. Well, Dash 8 must be late. He's on the move. Going to be waiting there, I think, for the Air Chatham's ATR to get out of the way. Either that or it's waiting for a gate. But if there wasn't a gate, then it probably wouldn't have been in that much of a rush. Okay, let's have a little look. At what movements we can expect. Delta flight 65. No, it's taking off in another 2 hours. So, a bit enthusiastic showing up on the flight tracker this early. Next half an hour we can expect departures from Qantas, their Boeing 73 to Sydney, and a little bit later American Airlines Boeing 787-9 off to Dallas-Fort Worth. Coming in shortly, we've got Jetstar, the new Airbus A321neo, my internet just died again. Awesome. I think the audio comes through alright, but it's just the pictures. So next in, or not next in, but coming up, we've got Fiji Airways, Airbus A330-200. We've got Jetstar, Airbus A321neo in the nice new livery coming in from Brisbane. And then we've got an Air New Zealand A320neo from Sydney, and Air New Zealand 787-9 coming in from Bali. So plenty to come. No worry, I enjoy the conversations. It's great. It's great. Snacks are definitely a crucial part of plane spotting, you know. Tim Tams are the aviation streamers' currency. Remember, I think Julia Flights gifted me some when I was up in Brisbane on the Australasia live tour. And also some Brisbane Airport socks from Brisbane Airport. They gifted me, yeah, the airport themselves gifted me a little bit of merchandise. That was pretty cool. It's awesome. I should actually bring them out next time I'm up here. Be able to show off the socks. 100%. Just about be lunchtime soon. I'll get a little bit hungry. I reckon we'll see what's happening after the Cathay and Singapore movements happening in about an hour or so. We get our 777 arrival from Singapore about the same time as Cathay Pacific A350-1000. See whether I've got enough time to duck down to the terminal, grab a little bite to eat. I know. That's why I was like, no, don't talk about food. But we got right into it. That's good. Good chats. Next movements, we've got an ATR heading out. Looks like ZK-NZE just been finishing up some maintenance in the New Zealand hangars. My guess is that it's making its way down to either internationals for a flight, or it'll be heading down to the little, what is it called? Little engine testing area down the end of 23 left, or the beginning of 5 right. There we are, the ATR start racing the 321neo. Gear doors closed on the ATR. No. Tug slowed right down. Could be waiting for an A320 to push back or something along those lines. Yeah, merch from the airport's always pretty cool. Actually, I've got in the back of my car. I'll go grab it. Here we are. It's my favourite cap. The old Tauranga Airport cap I got in, I think it was 2018, 2019? 2019, yeah. But the airport's since changed the logo, and I haven't managed to get a hold of the new one yet. But yeah, that A321neo is just waiting for, I think it was waiting for this A320 to get out of the way before continuing the tow. Nice rotation, sure was. Paul's just saying, amazing how the ATR flies without rotating the propellers. It's magic. Alright, it's time to go have a look at this new Jetstar A321neo and the new livery. It'd be interesting to see what people think of this. Let me know in the chat. Do you prefer the new livery or the old livery of the Jetstar Airways? Not a greaser, that one, but that's alright. So let me know in the chat, what do you guys think of this new Jetstar livery as opposed to its old one? Well, the old one is the one that we've seen on all of the Jetstar A320s today. This aircraft flying, I think it's Jetstar 147 in from Brisbane. Always a McDonald Big Mac and fries when Kevin is in Auckland. Yeah, I think it might be that too for me. Sounds like a good idea, Rob. Got the double A321 just heading over to internationals, so that aircraft NND that was under tow will be heading out later on. It's good. Tally prefers the Jetstar new livery, the new livery on the 321 Neo. Yeah, I quite like it as well. There are certainly many worse new liveries out there. United's, as I was talking about earlier when their 777 was landing, probably my favourite new livery that's recently come out. In New Zealand, looks like a Neo. It is a Neo. This is our Sydney Airbus A320 Neo, sorry. Ooh, that one's in contention for the smoothest landing today. Wow. Skilled pilots on this A320. I think this must be New Zealand 102 from Sydney. Regan as well, tuning in. Welcome back. Great to have your company. Get a McDelivery, yeah. Do you think they are, you think Uber Eats delivers to the 3rd floor of the car park? That'd be very convenient, wouldn't it? Me and Kevin would be right on that one. Rigoberto saying that Jetstar landing, 10 out of 10. Brilliant. I reckon that Air New Zealand 320 Neo is definitely in contention. That's the smoothest landing we've seen since that first A320 landing in the stream. The 320s are doing better than the A330s today. How surprising is that? Here we go, here's the contrast. Now we've got the Jetstar's old livery. Coming in 2-3 left. Another good one. Yeah, to be honest, I think I do prefer the new livery on Jetstar's aircraft. New Zealand helis and planes watching On the school computers, awesome. Thanks for tuning in there. 10 out of 10 for that Air New Zealand landing. That was absolute butter. Paul just saying, pity we can't hear the jet engines roar. You can sometimes. Generally it's because of all this noise from the drop-off zone just below us. But we've got some good sounds off of the G90s of the Air New Zealand 777s this morning. Get a bit of roar off the A320s sometimes. But those Neos are super quiet. One way to find out for the Uber Eats, just tell them to go to the 3rd floor of the domestic car park at the left front corner. Yeah. I did actually try to do the right hand corner. That was my first pick of spots, because then you can watch all the international gates, like on Mike's stream over the weekend. Some great views. But unfortunately I could only get internet to play ball down this end of the car park, which is unfortunate, but that's alright. At least we got some internet, and I'm much happier in here than I would be at the lookout. Alright. Helicopter over top of us. Can't see it. That'll be what that A320 will be waiting for. Get the helicopter out of the way first. Random Aussie secretly watching the stream at work. I won't tell anyone. I promise I won't. That's awesome. Nick Lamb tuning in as well. Hello. Welcome. Smooth there from Jetstar. Yeah, it was pretty good. MSU Kiwi back soon. And same with New Zealand Helis and Planes. Catch you both later. Thanks for your company so far. Just gone 1 PM here in Auckland. Been streaming for 4 hours. And about another 4 hours to go. Yeah, 4.5 hours to go. So about halfway through this plane spotting marathon. Ooh, that was almost. Give it another 2 or 3 feet and that would have been a butter landing. But unfortunately just floated that one and dumped it on the ground. Is that NFI? Nope, NEB. One of the oldest Dash 8s in the fleet. See if we can get some roar off of this A320 departure. I'd say there was some pretty good roar on that takeoff. There's NEB over there. Conchita Tranquila. Hello, welcome to the show. Great to have your company. ATR just coming in now on 23 left. Just trying to level out the camera. A bit more than what it was, at least. Hopefully I can manage that. Get the footage looking a little bit better. That'd be nice. Okay, must be due for something pretty big. And I think we're going to get that. This must be our Boeing 787-9 arrival from Bali, Denpasar in Indonesia. Oh no. Singapore Airlines Boeing 777-300ER. Listen to those G90s, here we go. Unfortunately, I think the hairdryer ATR managed to cover up any G90 goodness. Always the ATRs ruining the fun, am I right? So there we have it. Singapore Airlines Boeing 777. We'll see it depart a bit later on. I think our Air New Zealand 78 is coming in next. So we'll spin around and have a look for that one. Be about 10 seconds or so before it appears from behind the pole. This is Cathay Pacific. It's the Airbus A350-1000 coming in from Hong Kong, not our Air New Zealand 78. I'm sure that's not far away, but here we go, Cathay. I saw there was a message in there about Singapore being simple and stunning, but how about Cathay Pacific? Hopefully this summer we'll get an Asia live tour, and Hong Kong will definitely be one of the major attractions on that. I reckon an Asia live tour be just what we need to get through summer. But there we are, the Airbus A350-1000 going to be heading over to internationals. That 777, pretty smooth, sure was. Another simple but stunning livery. Tally just saying, in Christchurch, it's the Aero Club aircraft starting up, which we call lawnmowers. Ah, yes. Yeah, you get that a bit in Tonga as well. All the Aero Club aircraft just outside the spotting location. Seems as though the next in is going to be an A330. Yeah, I think that's an A330. That could be Qantas. Let's go and have a look. Oh, of course, Fiji. We expect a Qantas A330 a bit later on today. And you cannot deny that Fiji Airways also very stunning. I'm not too sure if it's simple. The tail is definitely not simple, but boy does that look good. Just give me 2 seconds while I try and sort out these battery issues with my laptop. Shouldn't take long. Okay, that's fixed it. Perfect. This internet is not terribly fun. That's alright. You think my name's Sean with the amount of time I've been kicking my tripod. An NZCH Sky Squad specialty, that is. Yeah, it's a bit iffy, as it always is out here in Auckland Airport, which is a bit of a pity, but that's okay. We get by. Yeah, I just updated my weather widget, so showing 21 degrees. It's pretty cool in the shade up here. It's actually quite nice. For some reason I have to manually update my weather widget. Rather than it automatically refreshing on its own, but that's a bit annoying. Jetstar A320 just down the end. 23 left. Be holding short for an arrival. Tally, yes. Smooth landing from Cathay. Simple and stunning. I probably prefer the Cathay livery to... Hang on. There we go, we've got the plane in sight now. The chat covering it. I probably prefer Cathay to Singapore's livery. Yeah, Paul, that's just Auckland Airport internet. Anywhere else in the world that I've been, I'm pretty good. At home at Tauranga it's a bit iffy, but Auckland's pretty terrible just here. But at the lookout down the road, it's good internet. However, it doesn't quite have the facilities that this place does. The spot. Tis a nice livery on these aircraft. Still stunning despite the internet issues that we are having right now. That's annoying. Yeah. I have moved my phone a little bit just to try and get some better coverage, but it doesn't seem to be working. That's done it. That's a bit better. Jetstar A320 departing in the midday sun off of 23 left. Alright, that must be a heavy off in the distance on a long final for 23 left. Brian hitting the like button very gently. Can't go breaking the like button. Thank you for your support. Awesome awesome to see everyone's support. Thank you so much. Tripod count. No, we definitely don't. Nope. Nope. Or a stubbed toe count. Lucky I've got some shoes on. It doesn't hurt that much. Just shakes the camera around a little bit. Funny though. Paul in Tonga as well. Live stream from there one day soon. I have done a couple of live streams from there. Most recently, getting the fighter jets that were flying around a couple of weeks ago. Had both of them flying in formation, so I thought I'd go out and capture that. The thing is with streaming from there, that not a lot happening, so it's pretty difficult to stream from there, but I have done it before and I probably will do it again sometime. Keep an eye out for that. I actually did the air show back in January, the Classic Flyers open day air show thing. Did that from the ATC tower, so that's a pretty good watch, I think, if you got nothing to do after the show. Go and watch that air show back. This aircraft, 787-9, coming in from Bali. Alright, we must just about be due for our American Airlines friends to come out to play. The Boeing 787-9 headed to Dallas, scheduled to depart at 20 past 1. Currently waiting for that 787 to vacate. Over here, this A320. Smash the like button, but gently. Can't have a broken like button on us, can we? Free to do so and really helps the channel out a lot, promoting the video up the YouTube algorithm. Another good roar on this A320. Pretty good, Paul. Yeah, not much variety back home. You get the good warbirds. That's always quite nice. We get quite a lot of warbirds compared to everywhere else. But not a huge lot else. Always good when something interesting happens though, then I'll come out and stream it. Or at least video it. That 787 coming in from Denpasar, Bali before. Thank you, Tamaki. Welcome to the show. As this Jetstar 320 arrives on 23 left. Keeping an eye out for that American 78. Man, this internet is really terrible. I do apologise. There's not a huge amount I can do about it. I am trying to fix it as much as I can, but it'll probably just be what it'll be. So still no movement from American Airlines, unfortunately. But I do expect to see them push back on the flight trackers soon. They were due out about 5 minutes ago. Here we go, Dash 8 just got pushed back. Can we get a view? Can sort of just get a view of the pushback tug there. That I think it was Lowlander was interested in. Whether the planes got pushed back or used reverse thrust. Next in Air New Zealand, ATR 72. I think the internet issues come down to just the amount of people that are around here at the moment for that sort of afternoon rush. Quieten down in about half an hour or so and we'll get some better speeds, which will be good because that's when plenty of the heavies start to move. I think Qatar Airways is due out in about half an hour off to Doha, world's second longest flight from memory. Also coming out to play is the All Black A320. Tally can cope with the internet. That's good, as long as he can cope with it. There we are. OAB is on the move now. Black Beauty. Its third appearance on the stream today so far. About halfway through the show at the moment. Got another 4 hours to go. November Eco Tango just hitting out at the moment, the Dash 8. OAB in hot pursuit. Actually, I tend to kick the table more than the tripod. Kicking my little table that has all my laptop and all the other little bits on it. Getting a bit of a beating more than the tripod. Decent landing there, Dash 8. Alright, so we've got just one ATR. This one I think is waiting for a gate. And that gate's coming from this ATR, which is taxiing out. Got OAB and this Dash 8 that's about to take off. Time for the all black Airbus A320 after that Dash 8 clears the runway, clears the flight path. Let's have a listen to this, should be good. Ah, there we go. Thank you, Tally, letting me know that there's no audio. Oh, Tracy Reed dropping in a $10 Australian super chat. If that's going to come up on the screen. There we go. Saying keep up the good work. Sorry I've missed some live streams. You know how busy life gets. I do. Sorry I haven't been streaming as much. This is the first stream for quite a while. And Tracy, you're absolutely amazing. Your support, fantastic. Thank you so much. Tuning in from across the ditch. Support is very, very appreciated. So we just watch Barrier Air Cessna 208. Certainly not Tally's favourite. Thank you so much, Tracy. While I was muted, I was just pointing out Aaron talking in not American units, talking in metric units. Can't actually be American, can you? Talking in degrees. Yes, spring at the moment. It's beautiful day today. It's quite cool in the car park. Slight breeze coming in from the west. And you've tuned in just in time, Aaron, because we're going to pan around and see our American 787 heading off to Dallas Fort Worth. To be exact, it's 787-9. Currently about 20 minutes behind schedule. Tracy Reed saying you're very welcome. So awesome. Ado, g'day Hazza. There we go. Tuning in from up in Queensland. Hope you're doing well. We've got American Flight 34 on screen. Be about 13 or 14 hour flight ahead of the people on board today. A little bit of wobble on the wings there as it taxis down. The registration of the aircraft on screen, November 836 Alpha Alpha. Trailing behind it, we've got a Qantas 737 heading back to Sydney. Had a very tight 1 hour turnaround. Currently touching down too. We've got Life Flight in there, King Air, I think it's a 200. No, Life Flight has the King Air 350, sorry. Very quick stop there. And our Qantas 737. Be flying QF 142. Yeah, saw that on Julia Flights. Now the longest flight in the network off to Brisbane. It's quite interesting actually. Is that from Dallas or is that from LA? No, it wouldn't be LA. Must be from Dallas. 13 hours over there, awesome. There we are, Aaron. Yeah, Monday over here, coming up 2 p.m. In Auckland a few years ago, flew on a plane just like that. Oh, very cool. Probably was an American 787 if you flew American Airlines. I don't think they've brought the 777 down here, so exclusively with the 787. Qantas will be the first to get away. Should be some good sounds out of these engines. Glimpse of the double Qantas there. The other one, I think, headed off to Melbourne. Or maybe this is the Sydney and the other one was Melbourne. American all lined up as well, heading to the States. Alright, let's go. Kick the tyres, light the fires, as they as they say on Sid Squad. Here we go. Some good stuff there. Loving the American livery. Yeah, it's a good one. Quite like the American on the tail, the flag. Cheeky Qantas sneaking in front. Sure was. We're going to get another one shortly. First one was off to Melbourne. The one taxiing is for Sydney. So this one here. Thank you for that, Ado. That's quite good. I can have someone else picking up on all of those little details, like the flight number and where planes are headed. Don't want to move my phone too much because the internet seems to be okay at the moment, so I don't want to move it. ATR to Napier, next departure after the Qantas. It's just started up and taxiing out at the moment. Qantas 73 is going to get clearance straight away. Alright, here we go. So this is our Napier flight, I think, Ado was saying. Yeah, Aaron tuning in from Missouri in the central US. Next arrival, probably an ATR from Palmy North. Mr. Neil, filming from the car park of, yep, car park R they call it. Unfortunately, their new transport hub doesn't have any views of anything because they closed in the upper layers, which is a real shame because I reckon that would have been brilliant. You get views of pretty much the entire international terminal, all of the gates. I think it's high enough to look over. I'll have to have a look on my way out. So yeah, the car park across from the domestic terminal, it's just in front of me here. Great view. Yeah, I'm not too sure why they changed it, but I guess they always had plans to build another one, so they didn't bother changing it back to just a normal runway. Decided to keep the left and right, because I think they are still constructing that far away runway, even though they're dilly-dallying a bit with it. Yeah, quite cool actually seeing the props on the ATR not move, matching with the shutter speed. Quite strange. You only see that on the ATR too, I think. After the ATR from Palmerston North, got two internationals coming in, QF 143 and Jetstar 201, both from Sydney. That's a 737 and A320. When's our... is it 146? No, it'll be something else. The Brisbane A330. When's that one? When's that one due in? Tally always liked how the props appear slow or unmoving on cameras. Yeah, sometimes you can perfectly match the shutter speed. Don't think I've ever seen the props of an ATR actually properly turn on takeoff. I don't think the next in's going to be an ATR though. Looks like there's a 320 coming in before that. There we are. NZ320 on shorts. Just turned onto final, so we'll get that one in about 10 seconds or so. It'll appear on the other side of the post. Coming in from Windy Valley. I think Wellington's probably alright today, not too windy. Kevin from Wellington Flights Live was in the chat a bit earlier. Random Aussie, how long does your battery last for filming? Well, the camera battery itself would only last about an hour, so I can't do much. Now my internet's just dropped. Wait for that to come back up. Auckland internet at its peak right now, at its finest. So yeah, the camera battery itself will only last about an hour. My laptop will probably do 5 or 6 hours. So nowhere near long enough. I've got 3 42,000 milliamp batteries that will last me. 2 of those will last 12, 14 hours. They definitely do a whole day streaming on 2 of those batteries, and then I've got another one of them for the camera. And pretty much everything else plugs into the laptop except for my phone, which I just run off another power bank. That'll go for quite a while. I've had it plugged in today for about, just about 5 hours so far, and it's still only used about 25% of the battery in the power bank. So all in all, I could probably stream, if I push everything, probably stream for 15 to 20 hours at a time. So it's pretty good. Then if I can't charge everything at night or something, then I've got a little bit of redundancy. Tally NZ coming in with the facts. Welcome back. Ah, okay, so was that actually designed as a high-speed taxiway and they just used it as a runway for a little bit? Or was it actually built to be a runway and then they just closed it because they wanted another taxiway? You can actually sort of see where the runway was. It's just this taxiway down here. Sort of still seems a bit like a runway. So our Air Chatham's ATR that we saw getting towed earlier, off to the Chatham Islands, coming in as our Palmerston North ATR. Beautiful smooth landing, look at that. Really like the Air Chatham's ATR 72-500s. This aircraft is MCU, so this is their second ATR, second of two. Both ATRs are ex-Air New Zealand, ex-Air NZ. So yeah, they just snapped them up while they were retiring all their Dash 500s. Internet cut out a bit there, so you probably missed some of the talking. Super expensive too to go out to the Chathams on an ATR, on Air Chathams. Was looking at it one day just for fun. It's quite expensive. Got some lights out in the distance, which will either be our Jetstar or Qantas arrivals from Sydney. Seki saying can recommend the new M4 MacBooks. They sip the power, so it's so they don't use as much as my one. Then I've got an M1 MacBook that I brought 2022, beginning of 2022. To be honest, I reckon my next computer is not going to be a MacBook. I do definitely prefer a normal computer, although I do like being able to charge these with a USB-C. So I can charge them from pretty much anything. Alright, New Zealand A320 with the wingtip fences as opposed to the sharklets, as I always go on about. They're my favourite ones. Coming in from Queenstown, as Ado's just said. To be honest, I think I can't do anything about the internet. It'll just be what it'll be. I've tried so many things. It'll come alright before our international arrivals. Just got a Dash 8 off of there. What did I say? Qantas 737 coming in from Sydney. Gee, sun's pretty bright sometimes. Just a bit patchy over the airfield. How far away is our Jetstar? Telly was built as a high-speed taxiway, but can be used as a runway if needed, but it's not wide enough for the A380. Ah, yes, okay. Just the clearance to the other taxiway, I assume. Nice. 15 hours of battery to get boring. Well, not if you're at Sydney. Just non-stop there. Do 15 hours pretty easily. My 12-hour stream was pretty decent too. Aaron, I think the illusion of the props not moving, called strobing. Yeah, okay. I'm not too sure, so I can't confirm that, but somebody else in the chat might have heard of it. Yeah, so our next one arriving should be Jetstar, which, if that is true, is just out here somewhere. Looks like it. That'll be our Jetstar arrival. I think it was Jetstar 201 you said, and from Sydney. That A320 will hold short. Oh, true. Pretty much every laptop nowadays uses the USB-C. Well, that's pretty handy then. Because I was thinking they're more of a one of those round plug-in, you know, the round plugs. I think they're like DC plugs, but they can't be DC if they're going into a computer. Because I charge my power banks with a DC sort of plug that used to go in my old laptop. Aaron, what a legend, coming in with a $3 super chat. Try and get that on the screen. There it is. Thank you so much, Aaron. It's been great having your company so far today. Must just about be starting to get dark over there. What's the time over in the States? But man, that thank you so much. Great support. And Rigoberto as well, saying don't forget to like the video. It's free and helps support the channel. Boost the stream up in the YouTube algorithm so they recommend it to more people. Really appreciated. Jetstar 201 from Sydney. Very little reverse thrust used there. Just roll its way down to the international terminal. How cool is that? Alright, should get some nice roar off of these IAE V2500 engines on the 320. Looking forward to that. Can't be much wind today, can hear the announcements pretty well. Ah, yeah, can hear the now boarding Jetstar flight 444 or something. Yeah, not much wind here at all actually. It's a really nice day. Really nice. Unfortunately, that internet's still not loving it. It's got pretty busy down in the drop-off zone recently, so that's a bit of a shame. That's alright, hopefully we'll end up streaming in Sydney or something soon and have some brilliant internet speeds. Sydney's generally pretty good. Yeah, maybe if I move my phone onto the bonnet of my car, and hopefully that'll work a bit better. Maybe not. Nope. Here's our private jet arriving, I think from one of the Pacific Islands. It's a Gulfstream G500 just popping down onto runway 23 left. November 542 Alpha Papa is the registration here. Couldn't figure out as it was actually blocked on the flight trackers, so you can't see where it's come from, where it's going to, or the registration. And in case you didn't get that, I will replay that footage. Because internet is just awful right now. Alright, we've got a next arrivals about to come in. Looks like it's a 320 Neo. Nope, 320 CO. Coming in after a domestic hop. Ooh, that's a good landing. Very nice private jet, this one. Could be coming in from Tahiti. But someone else will be able to have a look on flight radar and see where it's come from. I love it how they taxi using reverse thrust too. It's pretty cool. Going to be taxiing over to Swissport FBO as opposed to the Execu Jet one. 2 FBOs up here in Auckland. Such a sharp nose as well. Yeah, don't worry, Mike, I'm exactly the same. I stream on 8,000 kilobytes per second. And it's usually alright. I could look at putting it down to 6,000. Let me know what you think. Could be worth a shot. But I am streaming on 8,000 at the moment. Butter landing for that 7-3 coming in from Sydney. Random Aussie was in Queenstown last month. Went bungee jumping. Went for dinner that night. Must say you have the best fish in the world. Oh, that's a great compliment. Huge compliment there. Ah, there you go. Coming in from Vegas. It's just around the corner behind the Air New Zealand Regional Lounge. Would have parked up over there. It's where the Swissport FBO is. Oh, okay. ADSB Exchange doesn't hide it. That's interesting. Rigoberto, time to celebrate. 200 plus likes. That's awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. The support is fantastic. Loving it. Still plenty more action to come. We've just gone past 5 hours and 20 minutes on the show. Still another few hours to come. Another three and a half hours. Oh, it's quite mad, isn't it? A320s, they're all buttering everywhere. They're going to have to clean up the runway soon. It'll be so much butter on there. Yeah, Tally's just got the night bot in there. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Really helps support me out, help me out. Be able to get a view of that little pushback tug there. Alright, hopefully that'll make the internet a little bit better. Somewhat. There you go, there's a Dash 8 getting a push out of the Dashie's nest. Got two of them actually lined up behind each other there. Got a Jetstar Airbus A320 now rolling on 23 left. Ooh, that sounds nice. Wonder what that is starting up. Could be that United 777 maybe? There's no way that's the A320 just in front of me. That sounds like a GE90. But currently taxiing out is the Jetstar A321neo. Ado's going on an E190 on Thursday, mate. That's awesome. Should be looking forward to that. Be a great little trip. Ah, there we go. G90 is New Zealand Boeing 777 off to Perth. I think it was parked on a remote stand, if I'm correct. If I remember correctly, there was one, I could just see it parked on a remote stand, but now it's disappeared. Might have been towed, but it also might be that flight to Perth. Jetstar, the Bogan bus is absolutely rolling. That was a very quick turnaround, I thought. And already heading back to Brisbane. Looks like we're ramping up for a pretty good bit of activity. Pedro tuning in from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the show. Look forward to having your company. Got a race down to 23 left there. Seki could hear it. Seki knows. G90. An unmistakable sound. NZAA to Perth as New Zealand 175. My laptop's just slowly dying at the moment. It's not having fun. So that's good. It sounds like we're going to be ramping up the heavy action for the afternoon rush. We've got Malaysia Airlines just coming out to play down here. The A330-300 just holding short for that ATR on the runway. Ado saying all the Bogans are off to Bali. That's true, but I think all the New Zealand Bogans will be heading off to Brisbane or something like that. So the A321neo is on the move. rotating behind the Malaysia Airlines A330. Right, the first of the Dash 8's now heading out as well. Alright, will it butter or will it not? I'd say that was pretty butter. Here's our flight to Perth. 777-300ER flying at New Zealand 175. OKP. Can't wait for some more G90 action here at Auckland. We've had plenty of it today. And we are ready for some more. Ooh. My video encoder isn't a big fan of the longer stream. It's about 7 hours, 7.5 hours to fly to Perth from Auckland. Alright, A321neo there coming in. Be the first of the New Zealand flights to complete their round trip. not good for the computer. I'll have a play around with the settings after this. But for now, Malaysia Airlines Airbus A330-300 off to Kuala Lumpur. So they're going to arrive around about midnight, the people on the Malaysia Airlines flight. Just a Barrier Air Caravan coming in there. And looks like flight 175 is lining up. Okay, here we go. Off to Perth, New Zealand 175. Just the rescue helicopter there to the south of the field. let's have a look while we wait for that to take off. Let's have a look at the replay of this departure, because I think my internet was struggling a little bit. Just wait for it to come right again. There we go. This is actually really frustrating me. I'm sure it's frustrating you guys as well. I'll try bring out the chat again. I don't think you guys got to see much of that takeoff, did you? Oh well, I'll get the chat back up now, if it'll let me. Oh, how cool. Skating Banana in the chat, celebrating 4 months there in the Christchurch cottage. Thank you for your support from the Australasia Winter Live Tour all the way through to now. Really appreciated that. Absolute legend there. Sorry for not streaming too much recently, but looking forward to getting right back into it. And Andy George, if the super chat's going to pop up, donating $5 New Zealand for the choppers. Not too often you get to see those here in Auckland Airport, so that's pretty cool to see. Just the rescue helicopter disappearing off to the south. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for your support. Really appreciated. Put that towards the lunch money. Maybe some Tim Tams or some. Oh, what were we talking about before? Mallow Puffs. We were talking about those a bit before. Thank you for that. Ooh, there it is. Zulu Kilo Sierra Delta Echo, the Barrier Air Cessna 208 Grand Caravan. I'll keep an eye out for any more choppers around. Ada saying, hate how Air New Zealand went with Euro business on their Neos. Well, they never intended, I don't think, on offering business class on their Neos. They used to have Works Dulux, but they since canned that, so you can't get Works Dulux on their planes now, unfortunately. I really liked Works Dulux. I've got a review of it up on my channel. Really great product, but unfortunately they've axed that, and that was, I suppose, their business class. You got premium headphones and priority check-in, but you got the same meal and entertainment, so I suppose you could call it business, but it was only about $100 more, and it was only on international. Modified tuning in as well. Hello, welcome. Awesome to have you back in the chat. It's great to be back streaming here in Auckland. New Zealand ATR 72. Really nice landing. Best noise ever, that G90 noise is the best on the 777s. That one that we saw before taking off to Perth. Tally just talking about the L&M designations on the New Zealand flights, because I remember L used to represent the Dash 8s, M used to be the ATRs, but recently they've changed it to be the same, so that should, wow, that is a very big climb from that ATR. Sorry, just got a bit distracted by that. Recently they changed to just stick with the M, and that's so that it's easier to change aircraft on a route, because they used to have to do a whole bunch of paperwork to change an aircraft, because it involved changing the call sign from New Zealand 523 Lima to New Zealand 523 Mike if they changed a Q300 to an ATR, but now they're all just M. All right. That was a very good little bit of heavy movement just before. Air New Zealand A320-200 now arriving on 23 left. Getting close up and personal there with the V2500 engines on the Airbus A320, disappearing behind the domestic lounge. Alright, is this Jetstar 201 or is this a domestic flight? Ado saying that Delta's pinging now. That's good. They were pinging about 2 hours ago from the international terminal, but that's good. It's about time for them to push back now. Look forward to seeing the Delta 350-900. Saw it land earlier in the show. And I saw, yeah, there it is. Does Singapore Airlines fly the 777-300ER into Auckland? They do. In fact, there's one on the ground here at the moment. We saw it land probably about 1:30, just before the Cathay Pacific A350-1000. And I think we're due for another Singapore Airlines flight, this time on the A350. It was somewhere around 3 o'clock, I remember, when I was scheduling the stream yesterday. I saw that. So we should be due for another. Okay, so that A320 will hold short. We've got another aircraft on finals. I believe it's another A320-200. Is it? No, it's an A320neo. Where's this one coming in from? Yeah, there's still a little bit of wind. The aircraft have been struggling a little bit down on a very short final. Been a little bit of wind over there this afternoon, but it's pretty calm where we are at the moment. So there's the A320neo there. I don't think this will be the Adelaide flight. I think that's too soon for that. Ah, there we go. Ado's got me. Neo from Brisbane. That's not the right message. That's the right message. As always, a reminder to those of you who haven't already, please do like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It's free to do so, really helps me out a lot. I need to stop kicking the tripod, I think. Is that an Airworks 7.3 sitting on the other side of the runway? That'd be this thing. No registration on it. It is a 7.3. I think a 300 freighter, looking at that. Could have been operated for toll by Airwork, is my guess. because the colour of the tail would tell me that it's been flying for toll before it got retired. There's, I think, 3 Airworks 737s in Hamilton at the moment. I popped over there 2 weeks ago, I think. I had a look around, and there were 3, probably all for dismantling. 1 was in the hangar and 2 were just sitting outside looking pretty sad. Alright, get those dash 8 emojis in the chat. Here we go. Q300 time. Zulu Kilo November Foxtrot Alpha, the 3rd newest Dash 8 in the fleet. Can't remember if they're nearing 16 or 18 years old. They're pretty old, and one of the... Air New Zealand got some of the last Q300s to be produced, and they're about 16 to 18 years old. So, pretty old aircraft, and they're not planning to get rid of them anytime soon. Yeah, I think that's about where they do their trainings. Looks like they've got another fuselage up there as well. Just there. So I would assume that's where they do the training. And the fire engines are located, some of you may have seen them. I think these ones are just kind of sitting there for now. That's not actually where the fire station is. Kind of disappointed we haven't seen Texel Air yet. When I was driving in, I saw one of their 7.3s parked down on the DHL ramp, but haven't seen them leave yet. Yeah, Tally will know. Airworks not bankrupt, I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't think they would go bankrupt. The hangar does look kind of empty at the moment. I won't really be able to get a good view of it. NFA, 16 years old, coming from Ado there. Thank you. If I pan around, you can see the roof. That's Airworks hangar over there. Currently nothing in it, so I'm not too sure about that. I'm pretty sure they have some 7.3 still flying though. Double 320 time. 1 in, 1 out. Really nice. Beautiful landing there. Ah, okay, so that could be the reason. They might have sold them out for parts, those aircraft. Or maybe they did completely go bankrupt. If they did, well then there's a pretty big hangar for sale here in Auckland then. Sorry. Thank you, Tally. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the 7.3, but no, that mock-up wide-body plane does have its wings cut off. You can sort of see in the middle of the fuselage. So we've got Qatar Airways A350 and Fiji Airways Airbus A330 pinging from international. Looking forward to another little rush of wide-body action. This will be a good one. Thank you. Sometimes I forget that I'm muted. Coming up 3 PM here in Auckland, we've got Jetstar Airbus A320-200 dropping it like it's hot on 23 left. Yeah, there we go. We've got the Airbus combo 350 and 330 as opposed to our we have a 777 and 787 combos that we had this morning. Barrier Air Cessna 208 ZK-SDC. I've flown on this aircraft twice actually. One of the videos is up on YouTube from Auckland to the barrier. I was sitting in what was kind of the jump seat, and it's a it's full flight video from here to Great Barrier Island back in 2019. Gee, that was a while ago. JCJ, good morning and a happy week to all from Sao Paulo in Brazil. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome back to the channel. I think we've had your company before, but great to have it once more. Joined just in time to see Qatar Airways A350 departing on, I think, the second or third longest flight in the world. It's an Airbus A350-1000. Making its way down to runway 23 left. And Fiji Airways A330 is not far behind. It's going to ruin the fun. That's alright, we'll see it eventually. In the meantime, we'll just enjoy our Qatar friends. having a race over here. Alright. Firefighters practice fuselage penetration on those aircraft. And tell you, yeah, they're all Cessna Caravans. I think they've got about 5 or more at the moment. Alright, there's our Fiji friends. The Airbus A330-200. A little bit of wind at the moment, just picked up. Andy George tuning in from Invercargill. Thanks for the helicopter action before. No worries. Quite cool to see that, actually. Awesome. Not sure we've had a viewer from right down in Invercargill. I think we've already had our Air New Zealand A320 arrive from Invercargill. I believe that's about 2:30 that gets in. Cathay A350-1000 to Hong Kong pinging as well, our 2 A350-1000s. But before then, we've got QF3. Can't forget QF3. Here we go. The Qantas 787-9 off to New York via Auckland. That wasn't actually the internet that time. Oh, good sound. I apologise, that wasn't the internet that time, that was my laptop playing up. Heavy time, it sure is. This will be a good treat. Just an A320 lining up at the moment. We'll pan around to our QF3, which just arrived from Sydney to New York via Auckland. I'm sure the Project Sunrise will probably result in this route being either cut frequencies or cut completely. Heavy's just waiting for a Dash 8 to arrive now. Tally, useless facts. Great Barrier Airlines changed in 2015 to just Barrier Air, but the airline's code stayed the same. So what is it? It's GBA and I can't remember the other one. Given Delta Airlines hasn't left yet. It is, I think somebody said that Delta was pinging from internationals, but no, it hasn't left yet. We're just about to see Qatar and Fiji wide bodies leave, the A350 and A330 combo that we've got going on now. There we go, Kiwi Dorman saying QF3 flew over my place just a few minutes ago. Awesome. Okay, let's enjoy this takeoff from Qatar Airways A350 1000. Some nice sound there from that A350 1000. Tally saying beautiful landing there from the Qantas 78. Aha, here we are. I was talking about it a bit earlier. Here's our Singapore Airlines A350-900, our second flight of the day from Singapore. Sounds like I can just hear another wide body starting up over at Internationals. Hopefully it's our Delta flight. Yeah, well my internet isn't too flash. That's just typical Auckland Airport internet, unfortunately. Up here in the car park it's not so great. Over at the lookout it's really good, but there's no bathrooms or anything over at the lookout, so this is much better facility wise. So much prefer to be here. Some really great stuff. Alright. Andy, just asking if I'm a regular streamer. Surprised you've not heard of the channel before. How often do I get to the airport? I haven't streamed in probably a month or so. I've just had my exams, and I think I've probably done more live streams over in Australia than I have in New Zealand, to be honest. So, not too surprised you haven't heard of the channel. I've been streaming for 2 years actually. Kevin from Wellington Flights Live and I started streaming on the exact same day. It's quite funny because we didn't know we didn't know each other back then. It was just pure coincidence. So Cathay Pacific 351,000 taxiing out now as Fiji Airways A330-200 lines up. So the dash 8 all the way down the end of the runway. That'll be cool to see. Never see dash 8s going all the way down there. Keith coming in, just saying, just found the channel watching from Edmonton, Canada, where it's negative 14 degrees with about 15 to 30 centimeters of snow on the ground. Thanks for streaming live from Auckland. Well, I'm very glad that I'm not there streaming. Negative 14 degrees does feel like that when I'm streaming in Melbourne sometimes, but wow, hope you're keeping warm. And thanks for tuning in. Wow. I think the chat's doing plenty of lagging for the computer, to be honest. But I can't not have the chat. Love hearing where you guys are tuning in from and whatnot. So Fiji Airways A330-200 back off to Nandi. Here we are, here's our Delta Airlines. Here you go, Kevin. Been waiting for this one. Rigoberto just saying 10 out of 10 for that Singapore Airlines. Real cool. Just gonna pan around. Dash 8 is currently lined up right down the end of runway 23 left. This should be a really early rotation. A little bit of a wing wave almost there. Looks like we're also going to be waiting for an Air Chatham sub 340 down the end of the runway as well. Was wondering why that that Cathay A350 was holding short so far down the taxiway. The tally was just saying that Dash 8 was off to Taronga. Kiwi Dormon just saying misread the Singapore Airlines red show. It's 9 Victor Sierra Juliet Foxtrot, not Sierra Mike Foxtrot. I've actually seen Sierra Mike Foxtrot before. SMF is the 1000th Airbus, isn't it? I don't think they would remove the sticker. You need to go to Specsavers. And Tally just saying, we had the China Southern in Christchurch last night, had a sticker on it saying it was a 787th built. Thought it was neat. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. They must have produced about 1,000 of them by now, because I remember seeing that one in Christchurch also in 2018, beginning of 2018. So I wonder how many they've produced by now. Air Chathams was off to Whanganui. Keith, yeah, it's pretty good here. It generally doesn't get too cold, doesn't get too hot, although you probably find it too hot if you're used to negative 14 degrees. Get up to 30 degrees in some parts of the country in summer, and as cold as probably negative 10 at the most extreme down in Alexandra. That's really the only place you'll find negative 10 degrees. Really nice. There goes our two Airbus A350-1000s of Qatar Airways and Cathay Pacific. Next out will be Delta, the A350-900 off to LAX. Delta 65, I think this one is. Ado saying SMF is the 10,000th Airbus. There we go. And Ray, good to see you're still in the chat watching the show, even if it's on and off. 1,093 787s built to date, so quite a few more than 1,000. That is quite a few 787s. Oh yeah, Keith just saying I can handle 30 degrees but prefer about 15 to 25 and sunny during the day. Hate the cloud, it's often cloudy there. It sounds like you're from the UK. I wouldn't recommend going over there if I were you. Now 15 to 25 is generally what we get here almost year round, pretty much. It's really nice. And Ado just confirming that it is Delta 64 on the screen. Air New Zealand Airbus A320 arriving on 23 left. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel. Really helps me out, boosts the stream and the YouTube algorithm. Keith just saying, enjoyed visiting Britain, but not the cloud. No, no. Andy's rains 377 days a year in Britain. That one's, I'm sure that's statistically correct. I'm sure many British people can concur. Alright, time for Delta Airlines Airbus A350-900, flight 64 off to Los Angeles. That was a very nice rush of heavy aircraft there. Still many more rushes of a heavy aircraft to come as well, particularly as we head towards 5 PM. Tally activating the Nightbot there. As another reminder to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Please do, it's free. Why not? Helps me out quite a lot. And you get might get a bit more aviation live streaming content. Air New Zealand ATR just down the end of the runway, beginning its takeoff roll. Those frozen propellers. One of the few things I like about the ATRs. Another one just lining up there. as well. Keith also saying his friend from Puerto Rico moved to Seattle, didn't mind the cool winters, but disliked the cloud the most. Yeah, well, I suppose it can be cold, like the temperature can be cold, but when you've got sun, it's actually quite nice. It's not too bad. But when it's cold and cloudy and windy and miserable, it's not nice. So Singapore Airlines Boeing 777 here. Tally talking about it there. Chris Taylor, greetings from New York. Welcome. Look forward to sending off a Qantas 787 your way hopefully soon. I think it's about 3 or 4 o'clock. Must be about 4 o'clock. We send a Qantas 787 QF3 to New York. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome to the show. Just got an Air New Zealand ATR 72 there. And Rob saying that SMF, the 10,000th Airbus, was in Christchurch today. Oh, there we go. We were actually close. We almost had it. Hey, they might do, actually. I was hearing that Delta had pretty good success when they started flying here, so might be on the cards. Random Aussie on lunch break. Just about 1:30 over there. Not much going on. So the Random Aussie from a random destination. We know it's at least on the east coast. And I don't think it'll be in Queensland, because Queensland doesn't do daylight savings, so it could be could be narrowing down where Random Aussie from a random place is tuning in from. Oh, awesome! We've got our Airbus A330 QF 119 from Brisbane just on a final approach. Thank you, Ado. Bad as about. G'day all. Welcome to the show. Great having your company once again. Just in time for a bit of heavy action. We've just had some with Qatar and Cathay A350 1000s. What else have we had? Qantas 787-9 landing. Singapore Airlines A350 landing. And Fiji A330 taking off. And now we're about to have Singapore Airlines 777 taking off, along with Qantas A330 landing. So it's the perfect time to tuning in. So Singapore is just waiting for our Qantas A330. I think it's a 300 they bring from Brisbane. Well, they used to bring a 300. They might have downgraded to a 200. We'll find out in a second. Very chill on the reverse thrust there from Qantas 119 from Brisbane. I hear that aircraft, that route will be getting upgraded to a 787 next year. Wow, that is about 7 months, celebrating 7 months in Christchurch Cottage. That, wow, time has flown, hasn't it? 7 months, wish I could hop on more often. I wish I could stream more often. I think you hopping on isn't the problem, I think it's probably my streaming. But that's okay, we'll be doing plenty of it over summer. It's been quite nice actually having plenty of company in the chat. Love to do this quite often. Aiming for weekly live streams. But here we go, 777. Departing back off to Singapore there, saw that one arrive a bit earlier on. Looks like we've got an A320neo heading out from internationals. There we go. Ado just saying that was EBA, an A330-200, awesome. Andy looked at streaming, but Infocargo flights live wouldn't be about flights. There's not a lot of action down there. It's a bit of the same story in Tauranga, but we do have a bit of general aviation traffic depending on the weather, along with the warbirds and fighter jet. Alright. Get some more views of this A320neo. Quite like the look of them. Dash 8 time. Get the Q300 emojis in the chat. Taking off on runway 23 left. A little bit of contrast in the sky there. It's not actually as dark as it looks on the camera, but it's still not super bright out there. The clouds are probably about that sort of colour. Grey but not super dark. Ado saying China Southern 1 hour out. That's nice. That's a 787, I think. I really like the colour scheme. Looks good in the evening light as well. Prefer it cooler and sunny over warmer and cloudy, but that depends on the temperature, of course. Yeah, because if it's warm and cloudy, then it's quite humid and sticky and not terribly nice. Nice departure there. Airbus A320neo. Looks like the Qantas A330 is just holding for a gate down there, but I don't think I can pick it up on the camera, no. The bar's in the way again. Floating in there with a smooth landing from the A320, yeah. Random Aussie, can you dedicate a plane to my house, mate, who's 46 years young today? Well, happy birthday to your house. I'm sure we can dedicate the next movement to it. Sounds like an ATR, if yeah, I think that's an ATR, not a Dash 8. Is the next movement, if you'd like. Really nice to see, isn't it? Keith, I like Auckland settings with the bay, mountains, and green grass nearby. Yeah, it's really nice actually. I don't think there's really any ugly airports in New Zealand. It's not like in the States where they're all concrete and everything else and in the middle of a city. There's not a huge amount of concrete at our airports in comparison. A random Aussie. Got work to do, and we will enjoy the plane spotting. Thank you very much for tuning in. Andy George, tuning out. Night shift tonight, got to mentally prepare. Oh no. Oh, best of luck to you getting through the night shift. And yeah, thank you so much for your support. We've got an Air New Zealand 787 just coming out of that probably makes a bit more sense actually. Having yeah, the housemate, that would make a bit more sense. So yeah, Kakitiano, Andy George. Actually, I only just noticed that profile photo of yours with the southern lights is so nice. We even see them up in Tonga sometimes. Really cool. Okay, so we've got a 787 coming out for departure in New Zealand. I'm just going to change my battery over because my laptop one has just gone flat. A big power bank. So that took about six and a half hours for that battery to go flat. Oh, no, I won't do that just yet. For those who've been tuned in pretty much the whole stream, you would have seen this depart. Here it comes back in. The Starship Air Ambulance. Zulu Kilo Sierra Sierra Hotel. Alright, grab that battery and I'll be back in a sec. Nice 787 departure there. No worries, Tally. I wasn't actually talking that time. But thank you for that. because I do forget, and you guys have to look after me because I'm a bit forgetful sometimes. But you do a good job at looking after me, I reckon. So the Starship Air Ambulance was coming in from Nelson. Keith saying can easily see the northern lights here in Canada, in Edmonton. I'm sure you must get such a good view from up there. We can really only see it at home when they're super active. I actually got one of my photos on the news, on the One News weather. That one time where we had huge activity, and it was actually the first one that popped up, so that was pretty cool. Seeing your photo up on the TV. So that 787 was off to Melbourne. Aviation fan, nice meeting you at the Rarotonga Airport anniversary. That's awesome. Thank you for tuning in today. Nice to meet you as well. Rocky the Biting Cat tuning in as well. Awesome. United 777 off to San Francisco is now pinging. That Qantas A330 that we saw arrive probably 20 minutes ago, flight 119, is now taxiing into a gate. So potentially, oh, I can hear it. I can hear a 777 starting up. I'm pretty sure. And if it is, then that would be United. No, it can't be United. United's still at the gate. So the Qantas A330 is taking the gate that was previously occupied by a Qantas 737 that has just pushed back. Looking forward to that departure very soon. Dashi off to Blenheim, now taxiing. It's just at the threshold for the runway now. Not the threshold, but the holding point. Just beginning its clearance. But I think there's an arrival. Yeah, there's an arriving A320 that it'll have to wait for. Here it is, the New Zealand Airbus A320-200. And the Blenheim flight now just lining up. Aviation fan, just got back from school. The stream started just after you left. Oh well, maybe you could have watched a little bit if you were sneaky during school. But no, it's great to have you watching the show now for the last hour and a half of this 8-hour marathon, I think it is. really nice sound from the Pratt & Whitney 123 engines powering the Dash 8 into the sky. A320 taxiing down. United is flight 916 off to San Francisco, and as Ado sang, it's got Pratt & Whitney engines on it. Those are the ones that I remember just blew up mid-air that one time a couple of years ago, and then I think there was Pratt & Whitney engines. So the A320 that landed is actually from Invercargill. I thought that arrived way earlier, but I guess not. And this one on screen now, making a right-hand turn off to Queenstown. And if we spin around, we'll get a glimpse of our next international departure, which is that Qantas 737 I talked about earlier. I think this one's off to Melbourne. Queenstown flight's already on the runway, ready to go, wasting no time. Nice bit of roar there from the engines. There we are, tally confirming that 7-3 is off to Melbourne. How's that United flight going? Is that pushed back yet? There it is, that's our... maybe our next departure. We've got an Air Chatham sub 340 at the holding point down closer to us. Maybe that'll be able to get out before, but both will definitely have to wait for this arriving A320 banking onto the approach. Smart Beluga, so lucky to have this many aircraft here in New Zealand. Yeah, it's really cool to come up here to Auckland and stream. Do really enjoy it. So many more aircraft here than anywhere else in New Zealand. Makes it so fun to stream from if internet is on your side. So that Dash 8 arriving is from my home of Tauranga, This one here. Used to almost always be dash 8s on the Auckland route, except for the first flight and the last flight of the day. But now it's really only the midday and maybe a 2 PM flight that has the dash 8s on. Auckland's just so in demand for connecting on to all the other Air New Zealand routes. And this A320 coming in from Queenstown. Oh, that was smooth. I didn't really get it on camera, but that was smooth. Could just see it. G'day. So the next one to depart will be the Melbourne flight. It's actually, do I have the, I think in my full flight video in the Cessna Caravan, I do have a video being behind a Jetstar A320. We're holding behind it. It's just so big in comparison to you in this tiny little Caravan being stuck behind an A320 or a 737. I remember when Qatar brought the 777 to Auckland, and that taxied behind us, and it was like you're going to get run over by this huge aircraft. Yeah, super smooth landing that was. Alright, let's enjoy this Qantas Boeing 737 off to Melbourne. Nice departure there from the Qantas 73. As you can see, an ATR 72 just coming in on finals. Yet another hairdryer here in Auckland. Air Chatham Saab on the runway now. Already going for it. Must be a bit late or something. ATR from Nelson that was. Get back to the rest of the chat after this departure. certainly is a high-speed taxiway. Look at that. This is southwest kind of style. .737 sure does look nice in the Qantas livery. Keith saying New Zealand 23 departed Vancouver 5 minutes ago. It's due in Auckland in 13 hours if you want to wait for it. There'd certainly be a lot of waiting involved if I was going to stay around for that one. I might give it a miss this time, eh? Who knows, maybe next time I'll wait around for it. Here's our United 777 in the Evo Blue livery, making its way down to runway 23 left. I absolutely love this plane. 777-200. The United Evo Blue livery just looks so nice. Got to be one of the favourites to see around Auckland. Here we go. That is an Airwork 737-300. So I take it they're still operating, not out of business. Ah, Dan, yeah, that was Air Chatham's. They fly the Saab 340s and ATR 72-500s. I'm not too sure if they still fly the pencils, the Metroliners, the flying pencils. They might still have a couple of cargo ones, but I think they've retired the passenger Metroliners. And they used to fly the Convair 580 as well until last year. That's Barrier Air there. Zulu Kilo Sierra Delta Golf, the registration. So here we go, this is the last of the big three American Airlines to depart. There we go, we can now. The blue, absolutely love it. And there's not too many other blue liveries around either. Grand Caravan off to Great Barrier Island. We'll catch up on the rest of the chat after this. I think United's lining up behind what's currently on the runway, Jetstar Airbus A320. So we'll listen to both of these departures. I'll be quiet. There we have the last of the big three. United, Delta and American all departed back to the States. And so that aircraft, I was just zooming in for the registration in between those two departures. Zulu Kilo November November Echo being towed down to maintenance. The tug towed November November Delta over to internationals. Now taking this one back. Yeah, United's a really nice blue one too. Off to San Francisco, hometown, for Chow Chillichuck. What a great name. Also like A&A's livery. Yeah, that's a good one. That's also blue. I forgot about that one. What other blue ones are there? BA's got a little bit of blue, but not too much. Indigo. Indigo? Yeah. Not too sure about any other airlines with blue liveries. Latam, when it used to be Land Chile, used to have a blue livery. It's still painted on one of their 787s. CCBGB, I think. I've missed it. Sorry, I meant to pan around back to that Airworks 737, but it's gone behind there now. There is another one over there too, so there's going to be two 737s parked up there. Oh, Paul Williams. Is it? Or Paul W. Brought 3 coffees there. I hope that popped up. That was actually really exciting. That was the first buy me a coffee that we've had. Super low fees way of supporting the channel. So thank you so much, Paul. Absolute legend. I hope that popped up. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that support. Buying 3 coffees there on the Buy Me a Coffee, which we were discussing earlier. We should rename to Buy Me a Tim Tam or something like that. Something more aviation related. Because I can actually customize it. But no, thank you so much, Paul. Smart Beluga saying absolutely love the Cessna Caravan. Well, Tally probably has something to say about that. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, they probably retired their passenger metro liners just because they were getting old, I think. They sat about 19 people, I think, at most. Definitely wasn't more than 19. And, yeah, they're just a bit old. Keith, have you seen United's blue interior mood lighting? Saw it earlier today in a 7.3 at San Francisco on another channel. Oh, hang on. Yes, I have. It looks really quite nice. I do prefer Air New Zealand's purple mood lighting, though, I've got to be honest. It's really nice. So we've got a 787-9. Oh, what a beautiful landing. Nice. So, yeah, United 916 that was, heading off to San Francisco. And that aircraft must have been coming in from Australia. Or perhaps Fiji. Nope, there we go, tally's got me. Coming in from Tongatapu. Saw that one depart earlier on in the stream. Oh, Kiwi Dorman buying 5 coffees. Love the channel, well done. Only problem is that it's terribly addictive. Just you wait until we get some good internet. Becomes super addictive. Mate, that's too kind. Buying 5 coffees there through Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much. That the support's absolutely amazing. Blown away. Thank you so much. New Zealand Helis and Planes saying, hello Harry. Got to be the longest stream on YouTube in New Zealand Aviation. Well, I did do a 12-hour stream in Sydney, if that counts. It's a New Zealander. New Zealand Aviation channel, but it wasn't in New Zealand. I know Kevin and Mike have done some overnight static streams, and I'm pretty sure he must have done yeah, there you go. He must have done a pretty long stream during the day as well. Yehuda saying, if Auckland's such a busy airport, why do they only have 1 runway? They are actually in the process of making another runway. Over behind us, it's going to be a smaller runway for mainly the turboprops and other small jets. If I'm not mistaken on that. And they did actually used to have 2 runways. This taxiway along here used to be runway 23 right or 05 left, and they did use 2 runways for a little bit, but it's now just been repurposed into a high-speed taxiway, and I think it probably functions. I think the airport functions a bit better with that setup, and airplanes generally don't have to wait too long anyway. Oh, Kiwi Dorman saying perhaps the most well-known would be KLM's livery. How did I forget KLM in the blue liveries? Of course. That I would say that's probably the most well-known as well. Just not to me, I guess. Oh, Tahiti Nui as well. That so many good blue liveries. Yeah, it's up there with Tahiti Nui or United's Evo Blue for the best blue livery. Air New Zealand 320 there. The 1-engine taxi there. Mike Zulu Echo, one of the newest ATRs in Air New Zealand's fleet. Next aircraft to depart will be the Jetstar A320. Not sure if it'll have to wait for another arrival or not. No, looks like it's heading out. Oh, Korean Air as well. Yeah, we saw that one earlier today. How did I forget that? Yeah, I think the dark blue is nicer. Watch me. How long was it? It was it 8 hours 38 minutes or something we were saying? Yeah. Jetstar Airbus A320 should be a good roar. I reckon after this next arrival, might drop some gifted memberships, just to say thank you for all the support so far on the show. So make sure you go and allow membership gifting on before this aircraft lands, because then I'll gift away 5 Nony Flights NZ memberships. This aircraft arriving now is an Air New Zealand Airbus A320-200. Oh, that was nice. This is 3 Air New Zealand A320s that are in very good contention for the smoothest landing award. They've been doing smoother landings in these A320s than they have been in the butter machine A330s. Very impressive. Tally, I love, quote unquote, love the caravans. Paul Warner, hi Harry. You're going through uni at present. I'm not. I've just graduated. Well, actually, no. I'm graduating on Tuesday next week. I'm graduating from high school, so just finished year 13 this year, and look forward to going on to other things next year. We'll find out if I can continue live streaming next year. Hopefully I can, but we'll see how things go. And I assume, Paul, that you gifted the 3 coffees through Buy Me a Coffee. So if there was, thank you so much. It will help a lot. That aircraft, it's the signature sound of those Neo engines. Okay, let's give some memberships. Dropping 5 gifted memberships right now. Congratulations to Tally, Young Aussie Flyer, Lego Flights, Sensor and JM6 for having won some Nony Flights memberships. One of our favourite liveries here on the channel, China Southern, Boeing 787-9 coming in from Guangzhou. Oh, this one's also a blue livery. Forgot about this one as well. To be honest, the usual livery that you find on the likes of the A350 just really isn't pretty. But this one's a standout. Alright, so this is... Here we are. New Zealand 147 off to Brisbane. The A320neo. Paul, yeah, I do hope to do some pilot training wherever I end up. Planning on the Emirates Flight Academy in Dubai, but if that doesn't work, then I'll just stick with local. So hopefully if I do get through to that, then we'll be able to do some really cool streams from around the place. And yeah, it was you doing the gifted. So the gifted coffees, thank you so much. Really appreciated. And just got this A330 coming in. Not sure what airline. Could be China Southern, China Eastern, sorry. China Southern don't fly the A330. And then I'll get to the chat just after that. It's a China Eastern Airbus A330-200 battling the little bit of wind that's sort of been down that end of 23 left for pretty much the whole day. Haven't had too much of that up here in the car park though. That was butter. You can get those butter emojis in the chat. from Shanghai, this Airbus A330. Hello from Vietnam. Awesome. People tuning in from around the world. No worries, Tally. Absolutely love giving back, and it's a well-deserved membership as well. Thank you for your company today. Barbara tuning in from Windy Valley. So it is a bit windy down there. Welcome to the stream. So that China Southern 78 was from Guangzhou as flight 305. Looks like another 787. This will be LAN 800, I think it is. Latam Airlines. Here we go. I did see a message about it. There it is. Quite like the livery on Latam Airlines, and the airline themselves is actually pretty decent as well. They had really friendly crew when I flew with them to Sydney in July. Neon Pixel celebrating 7 months up in the Christchurch cottage. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. I'm up here until about 5:30. I think I'm going to wrap things up. So, don't know, might not be enough time for you to really warrant getting up here, but no worries. You're most welcome to come up if you want to. So there's an Airworks 737-300 freighter being towed down there. Papa Alpha uniform. Love the China Southern livery. Another blue aircraft. There's so many more than I first thought. Surely we've got them all covered by now. Must do. Can't be any more. Tamapapani. It's 8:55 AM here and I'm starting work. If I was in Auckland, I'd be finishing work now. Yeah. Must be able. Surely you can watch the stream while you're at work. So where are you tuning in from? Must be somewhere sort of like India or the Middle East. I would say Turkey, but I feel like that'd be a bit early for Turkey. Wouldn't be 9 o'clock there just yet. Keith, yep, just graduated high school, 18 years old. My voice is a bit deeper. Yeah. No, pretty young. No, New Zealand doesn't have A350s or A380s. The only Airbuses they have are the 320 series. They've got the A320ceo, A320neo and A321neo. probably up there with the Japan Airlines livery. Ah, is Japan Airlines that great? Yeah. It's kind of basic in my opinion. Sure is windy at the moment out in Petone. Coming in from Barbara. Gee, yeah, well, you guys can keep it, don't worry. I'm quite happy with very minimal wind up here. So you guys can keep the wind, thank you. An Airbus A321neo just coming in on 23 left. Smoke in the mains. This could be the Gold Coast flight that we saw depart earlier on. Oh wow, Tiger Moth NZ sending in a $10 super chat. Great work, Harry, loving your stream. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Wow, yeah, thank you. What an absolute legend. And a brilliant name as well, Tiger Moth NZ. Love a good tiger moth. Plenty of those actually in Tauranga, where I'm from. I'm glad to hear you're loving the stream too. Hopefully the internet's just dropped as I speak. I was just going to say hopefully the internet's keeping up, but it's not. There we go. So thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate it. We do love the wing flicks on the 787s, really nice. And Etihad Airways, a favourite of mine as well, really cool. Some of you may remember when we were in Melbourne, saw the Etihad Airways Formula 1 livery. Coming in from the Gold Coast, it was Zulu Kilo November Golf. Oh, awesome. Be so cool living somewhere where you can see the planes coming over your house. Pan around, we've got a Dash 8 taking off. Get those Q300 emojis in the chat. Wheels up, departing into the skies above Auckland. Must be due for some of the Air New Zealand 777 heavies to be coming into Auckland that we saw depart early this morning, coming back in from Australia. Yeah, be sure to go back and check out that arrival. It was pretty cool. And Tally once again got the Nightbot up there, reminding you to subscribe, like the video, really helps me out, boost the stream and the YouTube algorithms. Awesome. Yeah, big thanks to Tally for all the flight data. That also means that I don't have to look on my phone and I can try and use that internet for actually uploading the stream. Marsh, nice and calm for a change here in South Wairarapa. Did get a top temperature of 26.6 degrees. Wow, that's pretty tropical. Getting up there for New Zealand. Thanks for tuning in, Marsh. Really appreciate your company. .6. I think it's only gotten up to 21 degrees today up here. Not too much wind. It's actually been pretty nice. I've managed to keep the jumper on all day actually. Oh, sorry. Kiwi Dorman. China Eastern have one of the most boring liveries up there with Japan Airlines. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, China Eastern's normal livery is pretty boring. I'm definitely not a fan of it. But man, that 787 livery is so good. So that Dash 8 222 Mike off to Whangarei. I'll just turn that down a little bit. Tally keeping me updated. 12 minutes until our first 777 landing. The first of the 777s returning. Keith, this hunker junk iMac only has 8 gigabytes of memory. And yeah, once it's using 6 or more, it gets much slower than normal pace. Need an upgrade. Well, that's alright. I had a laptop with 8 gigabytes of storage. I used to run my flight simulator on it, and it just slowly got more and more slow as it got older, and then eventually upgraded to this MacBook. To be honest, I do miss a good Windows though. Yeah, I'm pretty mixed on Air Canada's one. I do prefer the new one though over the toothpaste livery. I think we do see it in Auckland sometimes, I'm not too sure. But yeah, that new livery with the masks, so nice. ATR just coming in there, and we've got another one ready to go out. Gee, that'd be pretty convenient, wouldn't it? Like a bus, and it makes a couple of stops on the way. And another one from Fiji in 14 minutes. 787 from Honolulu too. Not sure why the Nightbot hid your message, Marsh, but yeah, it's a bit strange. But nice to see a live streaming. Nice to see a live stream after Christchurch last evening, Wellington earlier in the day. Yeah, plenty of options if you want to see some New Zealand streams. Pretty cool to have the choice. Alright, is this Jetstar one going to line up or hold short? It is going to hold short. We've got another A320 turning on a short final. The ATR that we just saw heading off to Napier is New Zealand 5019. And 5052 is the flight number of this ATR from New Plymouth. It's actually been quite interesting to see New Zealand upgrade from the Dash 8 to the ATR on the New Plymouth flights, because I always thought that the runway was too small to have the ATR, but it's probably alright when it's got not a lot of fuel in it, because it's not a long flight from Auckland. Just waiting for the A320 to come around the corner. Are we back? Let me know in the chat if we're back. Hopefully we're back, because we've got a 777 coming in from Fiji. Let's go have a look. Our first Boeing 777 arrival of the evening. Look at that sun shining in the engines there. Really nice landing there. Air New Zealand Boeing 777 300ER from Fiji, lining up behind A321neo. New Zealand flight 111 off to Sydney. Another one. Alright, so I take it we're back, which is good. That was definitely the internet issues, not because my laptop went flat while it was plugged in. No, it was the internet. Yep. But we're back. Sorry about that. We missed a Jetstar 320 and Qantas 73 departure. So, you know, not too much. At least we got the 777 though. So this flight is New Zealand 111 off to Sydney. I think it's another 777 coming in. Oh, absolutely, we've got the 777. That's the main thing. Got to have the 777 fix. I think there's another one just on a short final. There is. This must be 104 from Sydney. Here we go. Perfect timing. Wow, some great sound there. Was it just me, or was that landing a little late? Seemed like it floated for quite a while. So there we are, 2 777s in the space of about 2 minutes. Nice. Alright, our favourite little turboprop. Off to Taupo, this one. They only get about 2 flights a day. New Zealand 595. Next in will be an ATR 72. Some nice contrast over that side of the airfield as well. Yeah, floated a bit. Sure did. Okay, be able to catch up on a little bit of these messages. Can only upgrade iMac memory when you buy it. It's so strange, but it must have the memory in it, right? Or maybe they make them with different amounts of memory. So weird. Didn't at first like the new Air Canada livery, but not like it now. I suppose that happens with quite a few airline liveries. They slowly grow over time. Like, I think everybody disliked Condor's new livery. The striped pajamas one. But I think it's grown on a couple of people now. That was pretty nice landing there for that ATR. So next out's another Dash 8. Vacating the nest. Heading off on an adventure. Yeah, double 777 that was. A double triple. Great sight to see, that was for sure. Life flight going back out, heading to was it Nelson? No, Wellington. That's where they're based, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, my laptop doesn't like that. I'll fix that soon. So I think we agreed that that is a King Air 200. A bit earlier on in the show. Little rocket ship. The Dash 8 is going to have to wait because we've got an A320, I believe, on final. Life Flight 4. Yeah, it was a great landing from that one. The ATR. Yeah, it comes with the memory, but it might. What I was wondering if it came with like all the memory that you could buy for it. Like, I think some of them Apple devices come with the storage, but then you have to buy it later, like after you bought the phone, which already has the storage in it. It's madness. There we are, Marsh saying it is a King Air 200. Jetstar Airbus A320. dropping it down onto 2-3 left. Pretty good one as well. The A320s are just showing off today. Really good landings. And some nice light here as well. Really helps. Too good. And from Christchurch, flight 260 that was. And this one here off to Rarotonga, flight 5155. I love those Jetstar emojis. Keith, no, the iMac came with 8 gigabytes of memory. If you wanted more, you had to purchase it with the computer. Yeah. So they must have had quite a few there that had different levels of memory. I don't really understand why you wouldn't just put this amount of memory in it, and then that's it. I'm sure you could get some sort of tech guy to install a bit more memory in there. Probably be much cheaper than buying a new iMac. I could guarantee that it'd be much cheaper than buying a new one. So we've just got an ATR and an A320 holding short. I'm not sure what they're holding short for. Oh, it's a Barrier Air Caravan. Alright. We love the Barrier Air Caravans. Sorry, just disappeared for a second, but I am back. Whee, there we go, just in time for touchdown. ZK-NZE, the registration here. So next to depart will be the A320. Heading off to Wellington is flight 441. Not wasting any time. 5046 that one was. Sneaking out off to New Plymouth. A320 coming in from WTZ. WTZ. Isn't that that Westport? Westport wouldn't have capacity for an A320, that's for sure. And I wouldn't think Barrier Air would go to Westport. Maybe it's a different airport. So this must be the Barrier Air from Kaitaia. Ah, yes, of course. Whirianga. And then I think they continue from Whirianga down to Tauranga. It goes Auckland, Whirianga, Tauranga, Whirianga, Auckland. Because I was going for a job with Barrier Air as a ground crew in Tauranga, but I don't think I got selected for that, but that's okay. A320 just holding short for what looks to be another A320. Four past 4 UTC in Whirianga. So I think the UK's on UTC time at the moment. Is it? No, GMT. Are they the same? Not sure. I think it is. I think they are the same. Ooh. Oh man, these landings. Butter alert. Gotta clean up the runway, it'll be super slippery, so much butter. Well done all the A320 pilots today, that is insane, some of these landings. What's the wind looking like at the moment? Tally will be able to tell me if he's still in the chat. Oh, sure is. One in, one out. This one back to Dunedin. Next one in might be a -8. I think it's -8. Can I get some can we get an update on our next heavy? I think it might actually be out there in the distance. Could be a 777 from Melbourne. No, oh, no. False alarm. It's an ATR. Don't worry, guys. Cool Dash 8 coming in. So Keith's saying that we've got winds 16 knots, 240 degrees. So yeah, it's pretty much been that same angle straight down the runway the entire day. Well, I have something now, but this is nowhere near ideal. You're probably barely getting any frames through. Oh, there we go. So I've switched from 5G to the 4G network, and now it seems to work okay. For some reason 5G just does not work here. Perhaps I need to try that more. Unfortunately, I will not be out here for the Emirates departure. I have to get to Hamilton tonight. I'm planning on having dinner at Hamilton. So no, I won't be out 9 o'clock for the Emirates departure, unfortunately. We did get the arrival earlier today. Man, that is really disappointing. Everything just died at once. I wasn't getting any internet to my phone, let alone hotspotted over to my computer. Really quite disappointed in the internet here at Auckland Airport. Of which there is zilch. Yeah, it will be. It's not great. I'm on 4G, not 5G, which I was the entire day. So internet speeds will be a bit slower. If I try and switch back now. Oops. Yep, this is nothing on 5G. Yeah, I just tried to change back to 5G, but no, there's just no internet on 5G. Well, at least I recorded those departures and arrivals that we did miss due to the internet. And we are in time, just somewhat, for this. New Zealand 146, which is and was and might be planned to be the last movement on the stream. I'm pretty sure this was going to be the last one. So, to be honest, when you look at the internet capacity here in Auckland, might be a good time to think about ending the show. So here is New Zealand 146. You can just see it coming in. Seki will be able to, not Seki, Tally will be able to tell me if there's any more heavies after this. Of course there is. There's still QF4 to head out. What am I doing? Get rid of that song. Jeez, not the end of the show. Still waiting for QF3, the flight to New York. It's just pushing back now. I just saw the tail down the end of the car park. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Still got another one. So no, we're not ending the show just yet. I don't know why you would do that, to be honest. I don't know why you'd prioritize something like that. Like, yeah, okay, calls, but, you know, I don't know why you need to prioritize your network for that. I can't steal 6 megabytes per second of upload, you know. Just that little bit. It's not much. New Zealand 559 here, off to Christchurch. And our arrival from Brisbane, New Zealand 146, just heading into internationals. So the internet seems okay at the moment, right? No heavies due in for a while. Next I can see 28 minutes out, New Zealand at 124 from Melbourne. That's a bit late. Melbourne was due in before Brisbane, and I think 10 or 15 minutes past 5. So it's about 45 minutes late. and then we've got the QF3, which is heading out. Good luck to you. You're most welcome to try and beat it. I'm not holding too much of a claim to fame. I'm very happy with my 12-hour stream over in Sydney. That was a huge effort. Tally, yes, no, it's a full unlimited everything plan with Vodafone, One New Zealand. Not just data, it's got everything. So, yeah. Should be prioritizing my stuff. Using all the bandwidth by streaming, yeah, peak moment. It must be affected by all those big heavies coming in, and then everyone turning on their phones at the same time. I'm not too sure. Good luck streaming for 11 hours with Auckland internet. Yeah, 100%. Auckland internet is not good. Sydney internet was average, but it was a lot better than this. And geez, it's exhausting. Gregory Miller just saying problems with fog at Melbourne Essendon, hence late arrival. Melbourne Essendon, sorry, MEB's the airport code for Melbourne's private jet airport, but yeah, fog at Melbourne. And Lego Flights saying thanks so much for the gifted membership. Missed who did that. That was me just doing a giveaway, 5 memberships. So you're most welcome for that. It's pretty cool just giving back to you guys. It's been great. Does it take long to download the stream at 12 hours, or is it short? What it would take long. Of course, it depends on your internet speed. But a 12-hour stream at 1080p would be, gee, it'd be huge. Probably, I don't know. I don't know, it would take quite a few hours, I think, to download that. Best spot at Sydney, all depends on the runway. Have a look at plane spotters. No, Spotter's Guide on Google. They've got all the spots there. Yeah, they've got good spots as well. Sid Squad. Sometimes the ridges from up the top there, I think they get special permission for that. The rooftop bar doesn't open till a bit late. I haven't actually seen one of the streams from up in the ridges. I'm not sure if they're actually on the roof or they're on the rooftop bar. What a trooper. I think it was pretty deserved. You've been in the chat quite a bit today. And Tally as well got a gifted membership too. That was also very deserved. So massive thank you for your help throughout the day. Going back to work, enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, we will. I think that Qantas 787 departure, either that or the Air New Zealand 777 from Melbourne, the delayed, will be the last movement of the stream. So I won't be out here too much longer. Tally, Ed Chatham sub 340A coming back in from Wakatani. See it just off in the distance there. Could be. Yeah, it would require special permission. It's a shame that the car park spotting from P6 affected them. But it is what it is. It was a great spot, but not that I couldn't even manage to get permission to stream from P6 because Sydney Airport media team aren't very fun people. Coming in from Melbourne, a bit foggy over there, is it, Tracy? Delayed the Melbourne 777 flight a bit. Yeah, it was cool seeing you guys there at the Rarotonga anniversary. Quite a cool day that. It was worth going down. Yeah, Chatham sub 340 is just about 5 seconds from coming into view, I think. And from Whakatane. I think Whakatane gets 2 flights a day from Air Chathams. One earlier flight that we saw come in, it lands about 10 o'clock, and then this flight. The heat haze has also died down a bit. That's quite nice to see. Zulu Kilo, Charlie India Yankee, the registration of this one. And where's that QF3 at? Because I thought it was pushing back, but I haven't seen it come round the corner yet. Tracy's saying today is overcast, which I'm loving after the last few days of 35 degrees. Oh, wow. That's that must be a very welcome relief, I'd say. 35 degrees in Melbourne, which is further south than Auckland is, I'm pretty sure. Hello, tuning in from Hamilton. First time seeing your channel. How are you? I'm doing very well, thank you. We've got some internet issues, but for the most part it's okay. And so if there's good internet, then I'm happy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Hamilton's my stop for the night on the way home tonight. There we go. I quite like the colour of the green on that Saab 340. Yeah, I did head off. I had to head off anyway, but unfortunately that rain delaying the jet departure, I just couldn't hang around for that and didn't really want my stuff getting wet. So I decided, I've already seen the private jet before, I didn't really need to see it again. JQ238 coming in from Christchurch just on short final. Somewhere, I can't see it. Oh, there it is, it's just turning. Cool. And our Qantas 787-9 has finally begun its taxi. It's just coming around the corner. We'll have a look at it after Jetstar 238 arrives. This Qantas aircraft is in the normal livery this time, not in the Yam Dreaming or 100 Years. Probably had plenty of time to go. Spin the camera around, have a look at that 787. I thought the A320 was a bit closer than it is. Oh, how far away is that Air New Zealand 777? Because we might wait around for that, seeing as the Qantas 78's a bit delayed. And here's our Qantas Boeing 787-9 heading off to New York as Qantas Flight 3. Registered Zulu Victor Hotel, sorry. Victor Hotel, Zulu November, India. Can't wait for some good wing flex action. No worries, mate. We'll catch you next time. Probably not going to be streaming this weekend. I'll be getting ready for a bit of a busy week. .145 from Sydney on a long final. It's Boeing 737-800. Thank you, Tally. And 124 estimated 7 minutes after 6. Another 20 minutes. Is there going to be much in between this departure and that 777 arrival? Not too sure when the next one's going to be. I'm going to aim for one next week sometime. Aiming for weekly streams. So fingers crossed, we'll see how that works out. And just a reminder to those of you who haven't already, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel. Helps promote it to new viewers. I suppose after the Qantas 787 departs, I will have to show you guys the footage from when the internet was down. There was actually quite a few movements during that time. So that could fill in a little bit of time towards that the Melbourne arrival. So this 787 will have to hold short because our 73 is coming in hot. Victor Hotel, X-Ray Zulu Delta. In the meantime, I'll show this arrival, Air New Zealand 777 that arrived during our internet issues as New Zealand 104. I think this was in our internet issues. It might not have been. You might have seen this one already. So Qantas 787 is now lining up for a departure off of runway 23 left. Sub 340's just landed and now vacating. And then this aircraft will begin the, 16-hour flight off to New York's JFK. We'll catch this arrival. It's an Air New Zealand Airbus A320-200. Lovely smooth landing, as they have been doing all day here in Auckland. So the next one that we missed was this Boeing 787-9 arrival. I'll let you have a listen to this one. And there you could just see the next departure, Qantas A330 off to Brisbane. I think it's flight 120. Only 7,672 nautical miles to go for that QF3. Next one, an ATR coming in from Napier. And then we'll have a look at the next movement that we missed due to the slight internet outage. Alright, here we go. New Zealand 5020. ATR 72-600. We'll catch this, I think we'll get the Jetstar A320 departure before we go back to the replays. The next replay is of the Airbus Qantas A330-200 Victor Hotel Echo Bravo Alpha off to Brisbane. This Jetstar, there we go, there's a good touchdown there. This aircraft 265 headed to Wellington. So here's the Qantas Airbus A330-200 off to Brisbane. And finally, here is the final one that we missed. Actually, I'm just going to transit back. For this sort of Air Whanganui King Air 350, looks like. Cool little private aircraft this. And New Zealand 124 from Melbourne, 5 minutes away. Okay, cool. That will be the last movement of the stream. Just catch up on this replay at the moment. That was that 350i King Air. Looks like it belongs to Air Whanganui. But here we go, this is the Singapore Airlines Airbus A350, the second Singapore Airlines flight for the day, departing back home. That Air New Zealand 787 you just saw was under tow off to the Air New Zealand engineering services. and it's just gone 6 o'clock here in Sydney. Our Air New Zealand flight 124 in from Melbourne, about 45 minutes delayed. Now coming in for the last movement of the show. Perfectly timed beat drop for the last movement of the stream. Just arriving New Zealand 124. The G90 is absolutely one of the best sounds ever. So beautiful. Sure is. Sean Fletcher, have a good day. Enjoy your other plane videos. Thank you. It's been a really cool day here in Auckland Airport. I just wanted to thank everyone one last time for your support throughout the day. It's been, what's that, 9 hours. Pretty much 9 hours since I started streaming. Been a great day. I do look forward to being back soon. And yeah, once again, thank you to all of those members who joined the stream, those who joined up, and those who donated to the stream. Very, very thankful for your support. And I look forward to doing it all again sometime soon. Cheers, guys.